Well, good morning, gentlefolk. It's 10:30, and I'm very anxious that we try and keep the meeting to time. It promises to be possibly exhausting and quite exhaustive this morning. My name is Howard Greenman. I'm Councillor Howard Greenman. I'm the chair of the Strategic Planning Committee, so I shall be presiding over this meeting. I'd like to just pay my thoughts and tribute to the outgoing chair, who didn't stand, in fact, in May, to Fleur de Ray Philippe. Got big, small shoes to fill there, and I should be doing that to the best of my ability. I'd like to give you all a very warm welcome this morning, a warm welcome on a probably slightly warmer day than we've had just recently. I'd like to give a warm welcome too to new faces this morning following the May the 6th election. It's always good to have some new faces here and some fresh blood. Good to see you. I should be asking you to give your names in due course. And as I welcome new faces, I will refrain from welcoming back old faces, let's just say familiar faces. Much necessary. Thank you for your experience and your input into today. Now, of course, there'll be those amongst you that don't even know each other, let alone other people. So I just wanted to point out this meeting is being broadcast live to the internet. And for the benefit of those broadcast, I'll ask each member of the committee and the principal officers to introduce themselves, so that you will all know who each other are. So I'll start with Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Ernie Clark. I represent Hilversum Division, and I'm the leader of the Independent Group.
Thank you.
Chairman.
One thing that has just come to my thought, as Ernie's just spoken, as Councillor Clark's just spoken, I was asked at the beginning if it was okay to remove your face masks. Now, I understand that today has a lot of potential to be quite warm and fraught as it is without having face masks, but unfortunately Public Health tell us that we must wear our face masks wherever possible. I recognise, of course, that there may be those of you that feel very disadvantaged by doing so, and if that's the case, I think we have to exercise a little bit of latitude, but that is the advice we're given today, that we do need to wear face masks. If it's difficult for you to understand me, or us to understand any of you, we might just ask you to take your mask off, but that's the rule of thumb as it stands today. Thank you, Ernie. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm Adrian Foster, and I represent the Sheldon ward in Chippenham for the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson, nice to see you.
My apologies for my late arrival. My name is Sarah Gibson. I'm the Councillor for Bradford and Avon South.
Thank you. Yes, good to see you come in. Councillor King.
My name's Carol King and I represent Westbury North.
Thank you, Carol. Councillor Newbury.
Christopher Newbury from the Wylye Valley, and I will just mention, Chairman, that in what you were saying about masks, clearly that does not apply to those of us who have a medical exemption, and there may be other people.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Councillor Ridout.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Pip Ridout and I represent Warminster West.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Good morning. I'm Councillor James Shepherd and I represent Albourne and Ramsbury.
Thank you, James. Councillor Threlfall.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Threlfall and I represent Brinkworth.
Thank you. Councillor Trotman.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. I'm Councillor Trotman and I represent Calne, Chilvester and Abbott.
And there's also my deputy, and I'm very pleased about that too. And Councillor Yule.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Robert Yule. I represent Amesbury South.
Thank you. And although we had some changes following the election, it's happy that some things don't change, and that goes for our very fine officers that we have today. Andrew Guest on my right.
Thank you, Chairman. Andrew Guest. I am the Major Projects and Performance Manager in the Planning Department.
I'll be presenting our first agenda item later. Dorcas Ephraim, good to see you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dorcas Ephraim, Senior Planning Solicitor, Wiltshire Council.
Thank you, and I think Sarah Marshall is behind me. We've got a good bunch of legal representation here today.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sarah Marshall. I'm a Senior Solicitor, Litigation, Highway, planning and various other matters. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kieran Elliott.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Kieran Elliott, Senior Democratic Services Officer. I'll be taking the notes for the meeting and advising on procedure.
And thank you, Kieran, who sat by my side through many meetings in the past. This is a first for both of us. Thank you, Kieran. We do have some other officers amongst us here today. Jean Marshall.
Hello, I'm Jean Marshall. I'm the Interim Chief Planning Officer for Wiltshire.
Thank you for that. Jason Day, I think is a... Yes, thank you.
Yes, Jason Day, Minerals and Waste Planning Officer.
Gary Tomsett.
Hi, Gary Tomsett. I manage the Environmental Control and Protection team with Public Protection Services.
Thank you. Paul Schofield.
Paul Scotford from the Environment Agency.
That's right. And also from the Environment Agency, I understand Rebecca Kirk. You're there anyway, Rebecca. It's good to see you. So thank you for that. Do we have any apologies for the meeting?
No apologies, Chairman.
No, okay. And Sarah's here. We did minute the fact she may be a little late. So, of course, I wasn't here for the minutes for the last meeting, so the minutes are unknown to me. I'm just going to ask members if they have read the minutes of the last meeting. Okay, any? And any comments? Okay, can I ask for a proposal to approve those minutes? And to second them? That's lovely.
Yep.
Any against? So we're all in favour? Then I'll approve those minutes in due course. Now, the next item on the agenda are declarations of interest. This is going to be a little bit long-winded this morning by virtue of the kind of agenda item this first one is. So before I ask for any declarations, I would note that this is an application where there has been, understandably, of course, strong public interest, and where members may have been canvassed or campaigned during the recent election. Now, this is a very important issue to bear in mind. So it's therefore helpful, and I've asked that we have this written down, to remind members of the committee of the requirements of Protocol 4 in our Constitution, Planning Code of Good Practice. And I'm going to read some of these items out. Protocol 4 sends out some guidance on predetermination and sound decision-making. Predetermination is absolutely critical, that we don't have that in this meeting, or that there shouldn't have been beforehand. I'm going to urge all members, you must approach today with an open mind. I suspect we're all going to hear as well as read things we may not have heard or read before. I'm now going to read out some of the relevant provisions within that code, and do apologise in advance, as I said, for the lengthy information. So we start with paragraph 6.2 of Protocol 4. Planning decisions are based on balancing many competing interests and making an informed judgment against a local policy, for instance, the local plan, a neighbourhood plan, and of course, the national planning policy framework in the various guises that appears to. Paragraph 6.3. The decision-making process is open and transparent. Decisions can be controversial, and the risk of controversy and conflict are heightened by the openness of a system, this is 6.3.1, which invites public opinion before taking decisions. And of course, we have seen a huge amount of that prior to this meeting today. And of course, 6.3.2, the legal nature of the development plan and decision notices. In other words, in paragraph 6.4, members have to take into account not only relevant planning policy when making decisions, but they also have to be aware of the legal framework in which the planning system operates. And I would remind you that we are a planning authority looking at a planning application. Paragraph 9.3, the integrity of and public support for the planning process relies on members of planning committees making decisions that are open, transparent, and above board. To participate in decision-making on planning matters, it is essential that you do not have a closed mind, and that you make your final decision only when you have seen and heard all the evidence and arguments presented, including the officer's report and representation on both sides. And I'm just going to make a point at this stage, and that is that I recognise that as this meeting progresses, there will be those of us that need comfort breaks. And this is going to seem an odd thing to say, but I'm going to ask before we start if anyone needs a comfort break now. But at due time, when it's appropriate or convenient to do so, I will do so as the meeting progresses. And at that point, I'm going to suspend the meeting. If anybody wants a comfort break as the meeting progresses, I will suspend the meeting at that point. And the reason I'm going to do that is that I don't want any member to fall foul of the criticism that they've made a decision without hearing all the representations, or to fall foul of the criticism of predetermination. So I'm very anxious that we should all hear all the representations, all the arguments on both sides. I don't want anybody to be absent for anything that is said that it pertains to this meeting today. So perhaps if you do need a comfort break, if you just put a hand up, at that point I will suspend the meeting. We owe it to all that we engage fully in this process. Paragraph 9.4, the Localism Act 2011, Section 25, sets out the rules on predetermination. And predetermination occurs where someone has a closed mind so that they are unable to apply their judgment fully and properly to the issue requiring a decision. Predetermination is quite a strong common thread running through some of these today, and rightly so. This could, for example, occur where a member clearly expresses an intention to vote in a particular way before a meeting. This can lead to legal challenges and planning decisions being set aside. Paragraph 9.5, this is the Localism Act 2011, makes it clear that a member is not deemed to have had a closed mind on an issue where they make it clear they are willing to listen to all considerations presented at the committee before deciding on how to vote. A member may not, for example, be automatically prevented from participating in discussion of an issue or voting on it if they've made public statements about their approach to it. Paragraph 9.6, the general position, however, remains that, whatever their views, members must approach their decision-making with an open mind in the sense that they must have regard to all material considerations and must be prepared to change their views in the light of all the information presented at the meeting if persuaded that they should. That, of course, amply demonstrates why you need to be here for all the representations. Finally, members are reminded that paragraph 11.3.7 of Protocol 4 confirms that planning decisions should not be made on a party political basis, but rather on the planning merits. I'm very anxious that party politics should not play any part in our decision-making today. That is absolutely inappropriate. Thank you for listening. I'm going to ask members now if there are any declarations of disclosable interests or dispensations granted by the Standards Committee in the light of what I've just read out. So any disclosable interests? There are none. Thank you then. Yes, Matt.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been listening carefully to what you've said, and it occurs to me that my friend and colleague, Councillor Yule, served in the last administration as the portfolio holder for waste, with great distinction, I might say. But he worked very closely with the applicant, who is one of our principal waste contractors. And it occurs to me that because he has such a close relationship with them, because he worked for all those years with them, that perhaps that should be taken into account, and he may consider whether he wants to vote in this meeting today.
I consider that my relationship, as you put it, with Hills in the previous administration was one of site visits and site visits only, and that included the MBT plant and some of their HRCs. And of course the HRCs were then taken over by FCC. The collection service is completely a separate business to that has made the application, as indeed the part of the business that it was operating the MBT plant. So I consider that I consider that I should still be here and participating and including that in the vote.
Thank you for that. I accept that. I thank you for raising the point. It's a question, of course, of personal conscience and personal integrity, so I do accept that. Dorcas, yes, could you come in on that one? Do you have a legal view on that one that may differ?
Good morning. So long as you declare that you're going to approach the matter with an open mind, and you've declared what the interest is, you're more than welcome to partake in voting.
Absolutely, I will approach it with an open mind and consider the evidence before making a decision.
Thank you for that. I think we have to accept that a knowledge of the subject matter today doesn't necessarily constitute a relationship with. So, right, thank you. There were no chairman's announcements. There is now one, just to bring to attention to the members, that there will be a site visit at Freeth Farm. You'll be aware that the next application to come before this committee is a sand extraction of Hills Quarry Products Limited at Lower Compton. There will be a site visit there. I think it's probably going to be the Monday before the meeting. That will be clarified in due course, but if you could just bear that in mind, perhaps pencil it in your diary or calendar, because I'm quite anxious that you should, or as many as possible of you should be there. Now, there will, of course, be public participation today, and I just want to run through how that's likely to pan out as the day progresses. So for the benefit of all those watching and listening, I will summarise how the planning application is to be determined and how the public participation will work. At the end of this, the planning officer, Andrew, will present the report and explain the recommendation. And Andrew may invite comments from other officers if it's appropriate or relevant to do so at the time. And I will then ask members of the committee to indicate if they have any technical questions they wish to ask of the officers. We will then proceed to public participation. And this has been slightly contentious. I've had a few emails on this issue, because ordinarily our procedure allows for 3 objectors to speak for up to 3 minutes each, followed by 3 supporters for 3 minutes each too, and then in further accordance with procedure, due to the large scale and controversial of the nature of this application, I have extended my chairman's discretion to allow up to 6 speakers each for objectors and supporters. There will, of course, be local and neighbouring members speaking after that. Now, we're not here to rewrite the Constitution on this one, and I have stretched my chairman's discretion on that, given the contentious and quite high emotion within this application. But I know that there are those that felt that there ought to be a larger representation, and possibly even a proportionate representation by each side of the fence. I think one email that I had suggested there could be 0.6 representation for the supporters, which would obviously probably translate to 1, and 196 speakers against. I suggest we probably would have all glazed over and lost interest in anything at the end of that. So I'm doing the best I can under the circumstances and within the Constitution as it provides. So it's 6 for, 6 against, and then there'll be the local member and neighbouring members after that. I think there have been representations from 17 parish councils too. Quite clearly, I couldn't have had those all along either. And of course, we do have a capacity issue. Matt, you've got your hand up again.
Thank you, Chairman. I apologise for making these procedural points. The application today is a matter of real complexity, as of course you've alluded to. I'm hoping that you might use your discretion where the odd speaker runs over by a minute or two to give them leeway if you think they're making valid points. I'm very keen today that members hear all points of view in the debates, and I'm very aware that this is a complex application which members will want to get to grips with.
Yes, thank you for that. I think it's only fair, it'd be disingenuous not to, it would be only fair to allow a little bit of latitude there. A lot of people, of course, have availed themselves of the democratic process in terms of the written representations made. And when I received this first lot of paperwork here, there were 1,972 letters received by Wiltshire Council, 6 of which were in support. That's 1,966, of course, against. That figure is now well over 2,100. So there's no question about the fact that members of the public have availed themselves of the democratic process, which is provided within this framework too. So there have been a lot of written representations. And I'm conscious of that. So if people run over a little bit, I will allow a little bit of latitude on that, whilst not letting things run away with themselves, because we can't have that happen either. Following the public slots for objectors and supporters, there are slots for statutory consultees, and we've had those read out to you this morning, and a number of those have introduced themselves. We will then hear from affected parish councillors for up to 5 councillors that I have invited to speak today, simply because, as I say, there were 17 parish councillors that sent in objections, and we couldn't possibly accommodate them each. And I suspect some of the remarks that are being made centre around the same issues too. So in that vein, up to 3 parish councillors may speak, and it will be those most directly affected. As has just been asked, with all statements I will apply reasonable discretion if the end of a statement is approaching. And then after the parish councillors, I will then invite the local unitary member for the application to speak, which is your good self, Matt. Under the procedure, I may allow neighbouring or other members to speak if appropriate upon request. I think, as I say, there will be 2 others, one possibly speaking and another one who can't be here today, Suzanne Wickham, Councillor Suzanne Wickham, and her submission will be read out. The other local unitary members for Westbury and the neighbouring division of Ethandune. Suzanne Wickham, of course, is Ethandune. I will then open the item to debate, and if not moved from the chair, I will ask the first committee member to speak to move a motion, which must be seconded. Advice may be taken in relation to any motion which is beyond that. And at the conclusion of the debate, I will then move to a vote. This is likely to be a lengthy meeting, and as I mentioned earlier, we may need to take a break after the public participation before we enter into debate. I'm going to very much take it by ear, see how it pans out and see how the time goes. But I would ask that all debate, deliberation and decision is to be frank and fair. Now, I mentioned earlier about the number of representations we've had, and we're all very well aware that most of them have been along similar lines. But I want to impress on the committee the fact this is a planning application, and we are a planning authority. And whether we love or loathe the National Planning Policy for Waste, the NPPW makes it very clear that we are not to become overly embroiled in issues of epidemiology, health, or even vermin control. They are matters for the Environment Agency. That said, it would be disingenuous not to consider those at all. It's just that we are cautioned as to what weight we put on those matters. That won't strike a chord with all, I recognise that, but we are a planning authority and we're looking at a planning application, and it's important as a committee we keep ourselves to task on that matter. So bearing that in mind, I'm going to hand over then to Andrew Guest and ask him to introduce his report and explain his recommendation. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, beg your pardon, that's better. Thank you, Chairman. To begin with the late items for this application, I've received 95 further representations, all objections. These have been made to the Planning Department directly, or to members of the committee, or to the leader of the council, or to other councillors. Some are from interested parties who have already made representations, and some are new. They do not raise issues beyond those already set out and addressed in the report. The committee will note from the report that the Secretary of State has received a request for him to call in the application for his determination. His office has therefore requested that only in the events that the committee is minded to approve the application, that it is then referred to the Secretary of State for his consideration of a call-in. A call-in is not automatic. The recommendation reflects this. Turning to the slides, the first slide shows the red-edged application site. As the committee will be aware, the site lies within the Northacre Industrial Estate with frontage to Stevenson Road and with the existing mechanical biological treatment plant for processing residual waste to form solid recovered fuel to its south side and the Westbury Dairy to its north side. The description of the proposal in the application is correct in that it is an amended energy from waste facility from those previously approved. But more specifically, it is an energy from waste facility using conventional single-line moving grate combustion plant for the recovery of energy from residual waste. This slide shows how the proposed building and plant would be laid out on the site. Waste would be delivered by road via Stevenson Road. It would be unloaded inside the building at its rear in the reception hall and into the bunker hall. From the bunker hall, the waste would be moved to the boiler hall where combustion takes place. Steam generated in the combustion process is then used to generate electricity in the turbine hall. The steam from the process is then condensed in the air condensing units. The emission from the combustion process is cleaned in the flue gas treatment facility with some final discharge via the main stack. The bottom ash from the process will be stored inside the rear of the building and exported from there. Any odours from the waste will be contained within the building within the bioaerosols, with the bioaerosols combusted in the thermal process. When the combustion process is not happening, any odours will be controlled via a standalone odour abatement system. This is how the proposed building and plant will be laid out. Then this one's zoomed out slightly slide, and we can see here as well the conveyor, because solid recovered fuel would also be a component of the fuel exported directly from the MBT plant next door via a conveyor. The elevations of the building now. This is the front elevation fronting Stevenson Road. This is the rear elevation facing the west. This is the side elevation facing towards the MBT plant. This slide usefully has lorries at either side, which gives an idea of the scale of the building. And this is the elevation facing towards the dairy. And this is the elevations of the conveyor linking the MBT plant to the proposed energy from waste plant. Planning history of the site is summarised in this slide. In 2015, planning permission was given for an ATT facility. In 2018, a revised ATT facility was refused for visual impact reasons. In 2019, a different revised ATT facility was approved. The planning history is a material consideration to be weighed in the balance, notably the most recent permission, which is extant. This permission is a legal fallback position, or the weight to be given to it is limited by the fact that it is unlikely to be implemented. This table, which is also in the report, compares the current proposal with the previously approved scheme. As is evident, there are similarities and there are differences. Notably, on similarities, the intended use is essentially the same. That is, the treatment of residual waste with energy recovery. The technology to do it is, however, different, although both require best available technique principles to be used, and so both have to be state-of-the-art in this regard. Throughput capacity of residual waste is different in that the proposal is for more and resulting electricity generation is different, the current proposal producing a higher output, which would supply a greater number of homes. Building footprint is similar, but the proposed building is slightly taller than that previously approved. The main stack height is the same at 75 metres, but is now proposed to have a slimmer profile. The increased daily HGV numbers would increase as a consequence of the proposed greater throughput of waste, and I'll come back to that in a moment. The ancillary infrastructure is more or less the same, albeit arranged differently on the site. The investment and the resulting employment generation are the same. This and the following couple of slides compare the proposed plant with the previously approved plant. So this is the front elevation. This is the rear elevation comparison, the proposal on the left and the previously approved on the right. And this is the side elevation, proposal above the previously approved. Turning to planning policy, key relevant policies in the local plans are set out in this slide. Under the Wiltshire Core Strategy, the application site lies within a principal employment area, which is protected for this purpose, specifically for industrial and distribution type uses. Separate Core Policy 42 relating to standalone renewable energy supports renewable energy developments, including energy from waste facilities. In the Wiltshire and Swindon Waste Site Allocations Local Plan, the site is an allocated strategic scale waste site, and policy WCS3 of the Wiltshire and Swindon Waste Core Strategy supports strategic waste proposals, including energy from waste schemes such as this. This slide illustrates those allocations on plans. The left plan is from the Wiltshire Core Strategy. The red area is the application site. The pink hatching and the pink shaded area is the allocated employment land. The right-hand plan is an excerpt from the allocated strategic waste site plan. Again, the red is the application site, and the extent of the allocation is the black line. That information now shown on an aerial photograph of the site. The red line is the application site. The pink, within the pink, is the allocated employment land, and within the mauve, which is within the pink, is the waste site allocation. On national planning policy, various policy documents and guidance notes are referred to in the report. Particularly relevant is the Waste Management Plan for England, which states that the government supports efficient energy recovery from waste from materials which cannot be reused or recycled, as in this proposal. It also states that landfill or incineration without recovery should usually be the last resort. The proposal is for recovery and would help to reduce landfill by using residual waste in the recovery process. Turning to the planning issues, in this case, on the principle, and as already alluded to, this proposal for a strategic scale energy from waste facility on land allocated for this purpose in the core strategies complies with the core strategies as a matter of principle. On the scale of the proposal, the core strategies allow strategic facilities to serve large areas, and these are defined as being within the sub-region. The proposal complies with this as it is intended to operate in this way. Nationally, the Waste Management Plan for England continues to identify energy from waste as a recovery operation in the waste hierarchy, and such operations as proposed here are therefore supported by both local and national policy as a matter of principle. On climate change, the DEFRA guidance entitled Energy from Waste, A Guide to the Debate advises that energy from waste can contribute to our renewable energy targets, which are aimed at decarbonising energy generation, and that the government sees a long-term role for energy from waste, both as a waste management tool and as a source of energy. This is confirmed in the National Planning Statement for renewable energy infrastructure, which notes that recovery of energy from the combustion of waste forms an important element of waste management strategies. As recently as 2020, the Energy White Paper has confirmed that the NPPSs remain relevant for the purposes of planning. The legal advice that we have received, and which is set out in full at the end of the report, confirms that existing policy, both relating to planning and climate change, fits with climate change issues, because energy recovery from residual waste is part of the suite of initiatives encouraged in order to decarbonise energy, compared to the burning of fossil fuels and to treat residual waste that would otherwise be going for disposal to landfill. As the committee report confirms at page 69, whilst in general energy from waste facilities are not carbon neutral or carbon zero, they do fulfil two acceptable purposes at this time: energy generation and management of residual waste, for which the only other option is presently landfill. Whatever the base case on emissions, landfill is demonstrably bad from a climate change and environmental perspective, and energy from waste remains an acceptable recovery process in terms of current planning policy and the waste hierarchy. It is for these reasons that the committee is advised that the proposal here does not conflict with current climate change policy or thinking. On the detailed matter of visual impact, it is fair to conclude that what is proposed is a large development. But this said, in its context, it is not considered to be an inappropriate or visually unacceptable development, as has been concluded in the landscape and visual impact assessment accompanying the application and agreed by your landscape officers. The context is allocated employment land within an established industrial estate supporting other large buildings. And specifically to soften the appearance of the proposed building to some extent, it is proposed to use colours which blend as far as practicable with the surroundings. The building's design also has relief in each of its elevations to reduce the apparent bulk. A screen bund already has planning permission to be constructed on the land to the more sensitive west side. And this is all in the context of a similar large building for the ATT already having been approved. So with all this in mind, the slight difference in height between the now proposed building and the approved building is considered by your officers to be insignificant in a development of this size and nature in this location. On traffic, the application is accompanied by a transport assessment which calculates that the proposed throughput of waste would generate 78 HGV movements per day. With the reduction of movements from the MBT plant due to some of its SRF product being conveyed directly to the site, this figure reduces to 53 movements per day, or 4 movements per hour. For comparison purposes, the approved ATT facility would have generated 3 movements per hour. Applying these numbers to the baseline conditions, as predicted for 2025, the proposal would cause a 1.5% increase in movements on the A363 west of the A350 and a less than 1% change to the A350 itself. The TA and the highways officer concur that this change would be indiscernible. In the Westbury Air Quality Management Area, the overall traffic change would be circa 0.2% over the 2025 daily baseline, or circa 1.9% over the daily HGV baseline, which is also insignificant, particularly in the context of this being a designated HGV route. On air quality, the NPPF and the National Planning Policy for Waste advise us that the focus of planning decisions should be on whether proposed development is an acceptable use of land rather than control of processes or emissions. The guide adds that the control of processes or operations are a matter for other pollution control authorities. The other authority in this case is the Environment Agency, which is responsible for the environmental permitting regime. Environmental permits cover a variety of process or operational matters, which in this case include determining the waste inputs, the on-site process controls, emissions limits, and ongoing monitoring and enforcement. The DEFRA's guidance on energy from waste sums this up by saying, while planning permissions are required to build an energy from waste plant, environmental permits are required to operate it. It follows that in considering a planning application, we need give only limited weight to operational air quality and emissions related matters as material considerations, as they are covered by the environmental permit process. This said, the planning application fully addresses the matters anyway, firstly setting out in this summary paragraph displayed how the facility would operate. Notably here, it states that gas generated during the combustion process would be cleaned in the gas treatment plant before being released. This clean-up work by using chemicals and filters to remove pollutants, so minimising what is finally discharged. Through this process and through analysis of the contribution that finally discharged emissions will make in combination with existing background levels relative to accepted air quality, the application is able to conclude that the process contribution for most pollutants is negligible and for other pollutants is insignificant. Public Health England has been a consultee for the application, and its full response is at Annex 2 to the report. In its conclusion, PHE states that it is satisfied that the applicant has approached the EIA for the application in a manner consistent with the UK requirements, and that they have utilised a satisfactory approach and methodology to predict the likely emissions, distribution of key pollutants, and the impacts on the local environment and receptors, including the adjacent dairy. Public Health England is satisfied that the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed developments can be carried out without any significant impact on health, subject to compliance with UK air quality and emission standards. Accordingly, Public Health England raises no objection, and neither does the Environment Agency or Wiltshire Council's public protection officers. Public Health England also adds that it will further consider emissions and control measures through the environmental permitting process anyway. The following slides provide photographs of the location. The first photograph here is taken from Stevenson Road, looking towards the dairy, with the application site to its left side. And this slide is from more or less the same point, looking in the other direction along Stevenson Road. So we've got the MBT facility in centre with the site to its right. This slide shows the view from the south, looking across from the entrance to Brook Farm. See the buildings there, the dairy and the MBT facility on the skyline. It's worthy of note that the land beyond this first field in this slide is allocated for further employment development as well. This photograph is taken from a public footpath further to the southwest, and again you can see the Arla Dairies facility and the MBT facility on the skyline. Final photograph from me. This is taken from the White Horse, looking down across the vast panoramic view we have from there. Arla Dairies facility can just be made out with Westbury Town in front of it. These are photo montages taken from the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, and they show before and after pictures of the facility. So before is in the top, and below is the proposed with the building in place. And this is taken from a public footpath about 1 kilometre to the west of the site. This is the same location, but now we're comparing at the top the previously approved ATT facility with what's proposed now below. This is a different photo montage. This is taken from the public footpath which runs just to the west of the site. It's approximately 150 metres away from the application site. So the existing view is the top photograph, and the proposed view is the second photograph. This is the same, but now we're comparing the approved ATT in the top photograph with the proposed facility now in the bottom photograph. And again, it's worth noting in these photographs that the open land between the hedgerow we can see in the foreground there, going up to where the facility is proposed to be built, is allocated employment land. This is my final slide, which is from the White Horse again, and we're looking down, and it's again proposed and existing at the top and proposed at the bottom in the wider panoramic view. Chairman, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. The recommendations the committee will know is to approve subject to conditions, but also subject for the initial referral to the Secretary of State should the committee agree the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And I just wanted to pick up on that final point. There's a couple of issues there that need to be underpinned. The first thing is, of course, that members will realise that irrespective of what decisions made today, this is not actually the end of the road. There will be a referral process if the application is approved, and there will be an onward journey for the application if it's refused too. So this is a part of the process. It's part of the journey of this application. It's a very significant part, but it is a part of the journey nonetheless. And of course, there is a fallback position in terms of there being an extant planning approval for this site already. And I'm going to point that out simply because a huge number of the emails that I had said that the previous application had been refused. It hadn't been refused, of course. There is an extant planning application on this site. I suspect many of the other issues that might need addressing or reiterating, repeating, or clarification will be teased out as the meeting progresses. So I'm going to ask members in the first instance, invite you to ask any technical questions, please. James.
Thank you very much. I noticed that there was an application, I'm trying to find out where I read it, environmental permits, and I believe an application has been made, but is there any do we know whether this has actually been passed on?
An application for a permit has been made. I might refer to the Environment Agency reps just to update us as to where that is at.
Yeah, thank you. So we do have the application in. We've had over 619 responses to that consultation, and we are now currently reading all those responses and working through them. And we are hoping to make a decision in 2 weeks, hopefully by the end of August. So we are still sort of working through all the comments that we've had from the public. Our next step will be, once we have worked through all that, is to do another consultation and let the public know that we are minded to either refuse or permit the permit, and then the public will have a further opportunity to see. We will give the outline what the permit says, and then people can make a further representations on that. So that's where we are currently with the process.
Thank you, Councillor Newbury.
Chairman, Mr. Guest said that the landfill option is demonstrably bad from a climate change perspective. And I'm not sure whether this is more of an issue for the government, for Parliament in reviewing its approach to national policy in the months ahead, rather than one for us today. But I've always been interested in that idea that landfill was demonstrably bad, and that it kind of follows, in some people's view, that incineration is demonstrably better. And I mean, we all know that in a landfill site, waste decomposes and it gives off methane and other gases. In incineration, there's a much more immediate process of what would be called a climate change impact. But I'm just, could Mr. Guest perhaps say just a few more words about why landfill is demonstrably bad?
Yeah, certainly. It stems from the government. It stems from the waste hierarchy, and which sets out the order of preference for disposing of waste, starting with reuse, recycling, working down through to recovery, which is energy from waste, for example, and then finally at the very bottom, and the least favoured, is the disposal through landfill. A demonstrably worse option because, for the reasons Councillor Newbury says, the gases given off, if not trapped and reused, are worse than the gases which can be managed through a facility such as an energy from waste plant. Methane in particular is significantly worse for the environment than the carbon-related gases.
Thank you, Andrew. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. It just has a slight question, partly coming back to your initial statement, where you mentioned before the officer started that health was not a planning consideration, or at least not a material one. And I just wanted to check that that was the case. My understanding was that the National Planning Policy Framework in policy, I think it's, I've just found it, is 181, says that planning policies and decisions should sustain and contribute towards the compliance and relevant limit values or national objectives on pollutants, taking into account the presence of an air quality management area. I just wanted to check. I understand that Westbury is an air quality management area, and that the cumulative impacts from individual sites in local areas, opportunities to improve air quality and mitigate the impacts should be identified, such as through traffic and travel management. So I just wanted to say that, or question whether in fact health and therefore pollution is a relevant planning consideration, although I understand that the control of that pollution is for the Environment Agency, but the possibility of it and the effect on health surely is a planning consideration, or am I misunderstanding?
No, no, you're absolutely right. I'll hand over to Andrew to perhaps flesh that one out. What the MPPW tells us is that, and what we're cautioned is that we shouldn't become overly embroiled in issues of epidemiology, health, or vermin control. That doesn't mean that we just don't consider it at all, but we're just cautioned as to the level of weight we put on those, given that those issues are substantially controlled by the Environment Agency, and in this case, hand in hand with Public Health England as well. So that's what I was anxious to try and portray. Andrew may want to add something to that.
I can't add a great deal more to that, which is a very clear explanation, other than to say that in terms of planning law, anything can in fact be a material consideration. What is critical is the weight we give to it. And if, for example, a matter is controlled or regulated by other legislation, then the advice is that we give it very little weight on the planning balance. The legal advice is useful in this respect as well, which is an annex to the report. And I'll just read out one paragraph from that, which sums it up quite nicely. Paragraph 21. It says, adverse effect in planning terms of genuine health concerns among the local population, albeit not justified on current evidence, may be taken into account if evidenced. The invariable practice of inspectors and the Secretary of State, however, is to accord it very little or negligible weight in the planning balance, for the very reason that the validity of those concerns are currently unproven. Better dissemination of the safeguards built into the public health regime should allay all but irrationally held belief, and planning permission should not be withheld on the basis of irrational belief, even where genuine. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Robert.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew, in your report, you have a condition number 8, which relates to delivery times, HGV delivery times. I'm just wondering if that is just for waste, or whether or not that includes refreshment of supplies, chemicals, etc., enter and leaving the site.
That condition would relate to all HGV movements associated with it. So it would be the delivery of waste, and it would be the export of the ash products, and also it would be the import of the chemicals necessary to carry out the emissions cleaning and such like. So it would cover all HGV movements.
Yes.
I wanted to go back to Councillor Gibson's question about the NPPF. And in 183, which you rely on, they are talking about whether controller processes is subject to separate pollution control regimes. And after the recent death of Ella Deborah, and the coroner mentioning the PM 2.5s, I thought that perhaps, and the government's going to bring out some controls on those, they've told us, but these are not controlled at the moment by the EA, and yet are recognised as significant pollutants. And I just wondered if that was a basis that we could...
There are a number of places in the report where PM1s, PM 2.5s, PM10s and so on are referred to. We are not, as a planning authority, qualified to measure that or to pass judgment on that. That is strictly for the Environment Agency, and as I said before, that would be hand in hand with Public Health England. One may reflect that the NPPW as we see it today might be a bit of a blunt instrument, but it's all that we have to work with. But those are matters for other authorities, probably, dare I say, better qualified than our own. But I'll hand over to Andrew if he has anything to add to that.
Not a lot, actually, because you've covered it very well, Chairman. But I would draw your attention to the Environment Agency's briefing notes, which is Annex 5. And I'll quote from its summary, key messages section, where it says, emissions of PM10 and PM2.5 from modern energy from waste plants are so low that they cannot be accurately specifically measured using current available technology. However, this isn't a problem, as all energy from waste plants continuously monitor emissions of total PM, bracket TPM, which includes particles of all sizes, including PM10, PM2.5, PM1, and ultrafine particles. When the Environment Agency assesses applications for new energy from waste permits, they compare the maximum emissions from the plant against European air quality standards. For PM10 and PM2.5, this means making a worst-case assumption that all of the EFW plant's emissions will be either PM10 or PM2.5. The EA will not issue a permit for an energy from waste plant if its emissions will cause significant pollution or harm to human health, and it consults Public Health England on every application it receives. So I hope that covers the point you're making, but the further point to add, as the Chairman has said, is this is very much a matter for the Environment Agency. It's not a matter for us to give significant weight to for that very reason. That's in our consideration of a planning application.
If the application is approved today, there's no question there'll be a number of hoops the applicant still has to jump through with the Environment Agency and Public Health England. Are there any more questions from the committee? Yes, Cal, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I understand from the county ecology report, and this refers to Core Policy 50 about biodiversity, that Natural England hadn't been consulted, nor is there an assessment about the biodiversity net loss, net gain, which we are supposed to be doing, I believe. Could the officer comment on that?
Thank you for that. Do you have any response on that one, Andrew?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Natural England were consulted and they raised no objection. And what they said was, based on the plans submitted, Natural England considers that the proposed development will not have significant adverse impacts on statutorily protected nature conservation sites or landscapes.
Thank you. James at the back there, Councillor Shepherd first. And
Thank you very much, Chairman. I read, whether this is true or not too sure, but if it was true, and there were to be built another 8 of these sites within 2 hours' drive, would that have any impact on today's decision? Would that be relevant to today's decision?
No is the answer to that. It is a market-led, it's what's called a merchant plant. It's a market-led thing. The applicant has provided details of the need within what it considers to be the market area for this. That is very much their business. It's not for us to interfere with the free market principles that they're applying in deciding that this is the location for this facility. Should other competing sites come online or be proposed, then they will compete amongst themselves in that free market.
Thank you, Chair. There's a reference in your report, Andrew, regarding the secondary odour abatement system. But there's also quite a few mentions in the technical document that's been provided by Northacre. I'm just wondering whether or not you can comment on its operation, or whether or not I should save that for a later question.
I can certainly comment on how it will work. Again, in terms of the issues relating to odours, bioaerosols and such like, they are very much operational matters. So again, they are matters strictly for the environmental permit process. But on how this will work, the plants will deal with odours in two ways. Basically, the odours will be contained within the building in the first place. They won't be allowed to escape from the building. That's due to a negative pressure inside. The odours, which will come probably from the waste when it's inside the bunker, they will deal with that by firstly moving that waste around. That reduces the likelihood of odours being produced. Those odours, those bioaerosols that are produced, will then be drawn into the combustion process and burnt as part of that process. That's how it will be dealt with whilst it is operational. In circumstances when it may not be operational, say for maintenance purposes, the odour abatement equipment would then kick in and would deal with the odour then. So the issue of odours is not an issue by all accounts. It's certainly not an issue for us. It's a matter for the environmental permit to ensure that the operation of the plant adequately covers all those, the process I've just described.
Thank you, Andrew. Adrian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were a couple of things, really, correct me if this is the inappropriate time to mention this, but I noticed from this application the increased volume is 50% in material coming in. This follows on from Councillor Shepherd's comments, really. But the electricity produced will only increase by 20%. So therefore, it is a much less efficient system in converting power from waste over the present application that has been agreed. And therefore, I have to concur with the Right Honourable Andrew Merson that this is purely for financial reasons that this application is coming in. Can we take that into consideration, first of all, when we make our assessments?
What you need to take into account is the policy position behind it. At the end of the day, both this and the previous ATT proposal, they are both energy from waste. Energy from waste is a form of waste management which the government policy accepts. It doesn't matter what manner it comes in. The efficiency is not really relevant to it either. It is energy from waste. That is accepted in a national and local planning policy. And really, that issue should end there.
But surely as a planning committee, we should take these things into consideration when we're actually looking at an amendment.
No, is a straight answer to that. It's not relevant to the policy which says any form of energy from waste is an appropriate form of development.
Okay. The other thing I'd like to mention then is the recyclable element of it. At the present moment, in the original application, 25% of waste material is being processed by the plant, which will originate from Wiltshire. The remaining amount will come from outside of Wiltshire itself. With the new proposal, which is a greater amount to be processed, this reduces to below 20% that will actually be coming from Wiltshire, and therefore a higher proportion will be coming from outside. Given that at the present moment only 40% is recyclable, and the government's target is to change this to 68 to 70%, and ideally by 2030, this would reduce the total amount available again further that would be available from Wiltshire itself, and therefore more material will be coming from outside Wiltshire. And when you put the traffic figures that you put in, it is only about in the locality. It's not mentioning about the total volume of traffic that we're increasing in Wiltshire for this plant. Should we therefore be taking that into consideration in our decision?
Our policies in the waste core strategy allow on this site strategic scale facilities, and it defines that as being in the sub-regional area. So it goes beyond Wiltshire. So the actual amount, the specific amount that comes from Wiltshire is less critical. It's about the sub-region here we're talking about. And the applicant has demonstrated in the application paperwork that there is need at this time. There is a gap, they call it a capacity gap within the sub-region to fuel this facility. So that has to be the starting point. As for Wiltshire's waste, of course, this is not just about the residual household waste. It's more about, in many respects, the commercial and industrial waste which Wiltshire generates as well. So when you bring that into the equation, then the capacity gap is such that the facility is justified now and in the future.
And of course, 52,000 tonnes of that's going to come from the neighbouring MBT as well. So, but I absolutely take your point. One of the first questions when I became aware of this application and the dynamics of it, one of the first questions I asked Andrew, in fact, is this going to be a merchant site? Is this a money-making wheeze? Is it a scheme? And I became conscious very early on that, of course, without there being a commercial or a fiscal benefit, it isn't going to happen. But the fact is it still has a capacity of 243,200 tonnes of residual waste, potentially still be providing 54,000 homes with electricity within, hopefully, after a 9-month period. So then I had to kind of turn my attention to some of the benefits. But I absolutely take your point, because that was a concern of mine too, because I suppose naively I wanted to regard this as being an altruistic thing, which quite clearly it can't be, because it has to be funded somehow. And of course, understandably, some of that's going to come from outside in the wider sub-regional area than the county itself. But I thank you for asking that question. Christopher.
Chairman, looking at condition 7, it's about feedstock which is only feedstock which is non-hazardous residual waste that arises following recycling. And could the officer tell us if there is a clear definition, a clear meaning for non-hazardous residual waste? I tell you why I'm asking the question. Casting our mind back to when the Westbury Cement Works used to burn some waste as well as ordinary coal, there was quite a lot of controversy about the burning of tyres, which were recognised to have significant different emissions. And I'm wondering, I don't think tyres would qualify as a hazardous waste, would they? And I'm just wondering if the officer could tell us a little bit more about what non-hazardous waste is, and whether there's any further sort of control on the waste input that is possible at the planning permission stage.
The condition you referred to, residual waste, is that left over after anything that can be recycled has been removed. So it's the stuff which would otherwise go to landfill. Hopefully that answers that point. The condition has been used in other energy from waste schemes elsewhere by planning inspectors, and is found to be a sound condition for dealing with that matter. On your last point, the environmental permit process, that will determine very much more specifically the waste products that can go in, those residual waste products that can go in. So there's a little bit of overlap there between the planning condition and what it's intending to achieve, and what the environmental permit will also control.
But my question really is there a clear meaning of what is hazardous waste? Do we know, is there a definition somewhere, a statutory definition or an Environment Agency definition? Hazardous waste presumably is defined as some specific chemicals that are considered to be dangerous, is it? Or tell me more.
I'll turn to my colleague Jason. Are you able to answer that question?
Yes, I think, well, the simple answer is yes, there is clearly defined terms for these different feedstocks in waste planning, in legislation. They are industry recognised as a whole acceptance criteria with a whole chemical composition of what those materials are that's available to understand what's been accepted. And as Andrew said as well, the environmental permit will even more layers of control over what material can be accepted into the plant. But in terms of waste planning, it's hazardous waste, non-hazardous waste, or inert waste. They're the sort of three main categories, and there's clearly defined terms around that. And the application itself sets out what those materials are. So if they were to change in the future, they'd have to reassess the materials against that condition.
I suppose lying behind that question is that if there's going to be any emissions that are going to be a health hazard, that potentially could all be regarded as hazardous waste, and that's why they wanted to button that definition down a bit further. Pip, Councillor Ridout.
Yes, that was a very interesting discussion, but I would just like to ask, as a great amateur at this, is there a list of what constitutes hazardous waste as opposed to non-hazardous? For instance, Councillor Newbury mentioned tyres. I mean, are they on the list or not? I mean, this is rather a simple question, but somewhere there must be a list or a regulation that defines the two.
Can I ask the Environment Agency? They must have some parameters they work to. Do you have anything that you can offer here?
Yes, there is a definition of what constitutes hazardous waste within legislation, within the hazardous waste regulations. So that gives an understanding of what can cause waste to become hazardous and how you need to analyse it to determine if it's hazardous or not. If we decide, and we haven't made a decision yet on the environmental permit, that will include a very specific list of waste types which the plant can receive, which will describe the industrial processes or whether it's municipal waste, where it can come from, and the types of waste from that process which it can receive. And to answer your question on tyres specifically, tyres would not be classed as hazardous waste, as separate tyres.
Thank you for that. Carol, I'm going to draw this to a close in a moment, so if anybody else wants to speak, Carol will be next. If there's anybody after Carol, please put your hand up now, otherwise that will be it. I may draw Gordon in because he's a local member. I don't think you remember this committee, Gordon, but you did put your hand up earlier. Did you want to say anything? That's fine, absolutely. Then please fire away, Carol. Thank you.
Thank you. You showed lots of photographs of the land between where the applicant hopes to build and the Brook Lane, describing it as employment land. Now, is that defined as employment land similar to what's on the other side of Stevenson Road, where there is a lot of industry, small buildings mainly, or is that part of the strategic land allocation? What's the difference? And, do you have any concerns about that employment land? Should Arla decide to leave the site in sometime in the future, would that cause you concern? Would that cause you to think differently about, calling that a strategic site?
That strategic site is allocated in the Wiltshire Core Strategy, so it's there and it will stay there as such. It's allocated for business, industrial, distribution type uses which are compatible with both Arla and with what's proposed here in the Energy from Waste facility. So that the straight answer to your question is no, I have no concerns with the regulation in place to control the operation of this proposed plant, care of the environmental permit. There's no issue in terms of relationship between what will happen at the plant and what will happen at Arla and what will happen at other sites coming forward around it.
Okay, Gordon, very quickly.
Thank you very much, Howard, for your indulgence. I have two questions, if you don't mind. First of all, bottom ash is a hazardous waste byproduct, and I just wondered, will the removal of that bottom ash from the site add to the transport numbers? If they do not, how are we going to ensure that there is no cross-contamination in those vehicles between hazardous and non-hazardous waste? And my second question is to the lady from the Environment Agency. Thank you very much earlier on for your information about working through the consultation. I just wondered, given the breadth and depth of that consultation and the amount of public concern, will you consider an inquiry in public? Thank you.
On the first question, the ash, the leftover byproduct of this process, is managed entirely separately on the site to the incoming residual waste, which feeds the boiler. So there's no cross-contamination. And the transport of that ash out of the site is factored into the numbers which are set out, the total vehicle numbers which are set out in the report. So the transport associated with the ash is not in addition to the numbers which are reported.
My question was really about if a vehicle comes in with non-hazardous waste and then takes away a hazardous waste, how is that vehicle then not going to cross-contaminate those wastes afterwards?
Well, that's a matter for the management of the site and potentially a matter for the environmental permit. And we'll ask the Environment Agency if they're able to confirm that. But they will have processes in place on site, day-to-day management processes to ensure that no cross-contamination happens.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Rebecca, are you happy to respond to those, or Paul?
Yeah, so part of our process, we wouldn't have a public inquiry, but what we will do is, as I say, we are looking at all the responses, and we will publish our thoughts on those each responses. So we will make it clear as part of our Minded 2 process our thoughts on what has been fed back. So there will be that further opportunity for members of the public to be able to feed back what they think about what we think if we are going to issue a permit. As I say, I don't want to preempt the outcome of where we are at the moment, but we will be, say, looking at each response carefully, and then we will publish our responses to what we've got fed back into us.
On the question of the bottom ash, from experience of other similar sites, it tends to be moved by a completely different type of vehicle to the vehicles delivering waste to the site. So that helps with any issues with cross-contamination.
Something else to bring forward, so I'll just let you that one.
Yeah, generally bottom ash is non-hazardous. It takes you have to do it. I'm speaking as somebody that knows the process, and the ash is often used as a secondary building material, where it becomes IBAA, which is an aggregate. So it is for it to be used as that. It is non-hazardous.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That is it for this part. I'm now going to invite members of the public to speak. And I'm going to begin, if I may, with Alison Ranch from Arla Foods. Is Alison here? Thank you. And if you could just stand at the mic there. You have 3 minutes or thereabouts. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee today. My name is Alison Rance, and I'm responsible for all the dairies which process milk for Arla Foods. For those of you that don't know us, Arla is a cooperative owned by many thousands of dairy farmers, including hundreds dotted across Great Britain. We operate the Westbury Dairy on behalf of our farmer owners. Westbury is one of the biggest dairies in the country. We employ around 250 people at Westbury, which is the home of Anchor Butter, and it's commonly agreed that our dairy is an icon for the town. A critical requirement of our operation is constant access to clean, fresh air, because the processes needed to generate cream for butter making and skim milk powder demand it. Without clean air, this process simply stops. The proposal in front of the committee would lead to an incinerator being built next door to our site and specifically only metres away from our air intake. It is inevitable that emissions from the incinerator will get into our drying process and come into direct contact with our products. We accept that if the incinerator gets the right permits from the Environment Agency, its emissions will not normally be harmful to public health. Our point is not about the direct impact on public health, but producing milk powder is far more sensitive than that. We don't just need an air supply that isn't poisonous, it needs to be pure and clean. The applicant has not carried out any investigations into the impact of the proposed incinerator, specifically on the milk drying process. As such, there is no evidence to support the assertion that the dairy's products or processes will not be put at risk. As the committee knows, there is a principle in planning that the agent of change should not place unreasonable restrictions on existing businesses. This is enshrined in national policy. In this case, the agent of change is the incinerator, and we believe strongly that it will adversely affect our dairy. The applicant has not shown that even when operating normally, the incinerator will not give off emissions that are noxious or smelly enough to compromise our air supply. If that happens, we will have to suspend production and may be left with products we cannot sell. The applicant has also not shown that if the incinerator suffers plant failure or an unexpected shutdown, there will not be even more emissions. If this occurs, we will again have to suspend production and destroy unsellable products. In fact, the applicant has cited findings from its own consultants which demonstrate that there are risks of emissions breaching required minutes not infrequently.
Can you just draw your remarks to a close?
Yeah. Okay. So, to summarise, and it is very important to us, I really want to get these points across, the proposal will affect our ability to access clean and pure air. If that happens, it will have severe financial consequences in the order of £11,000 for every hour we're stopped, and could ultimately threaten the viability of the dairy, including further investment. As the agent of change in this case, the applicant should have produced evidence to show that the incinerator will not impact on our delicate and sensitive food production processes. It has not done so. The Environment Agency permitting process does not provide the evidence needed. It does not consider air quality issues to the level required. It also does not look at the likely impact of emissions on local businesses. The applicant cannot say that the incinerator won't damage our business, and nor can the planning officer. In fact, we argue strongly that it will, and therefore we urge you to reject the proposal today.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Alison. I appreciate that. And thank you for drawing that to a close, but very good points well made. Thank you. Marie Hillcoat from Westbury Gasification Action Group. Thank you, Marie. Again, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Councillors, in 2018, NREL's application to build a gasification plant on the same site was rejected on the grounds of height, bulk and location. Subsequent approval resulted in no building, only another application in 2020. 3 years after the first refusal, the residents and businesses of Westbury face an application to build a bigger incinerator, bringing in 50% more waste using a technology that comes from another era. A dirty, polluting throwback that will affect the local economy, the health of those living in the town, and perversely turn the clock back. We as a county should be going forward with truly renewable energy generation with sources like wind and solar. WGAG is standing alongside the 2,000 other objectors to this plan. Your case officer has summarised these objections down to 3.5 sides of a 105-page document. As a result, the evidenced case for refusal has not been made. To give an example of an objection, a systems power engineer living in Westbury analysed the figures given by NREL as to the number of additional homes that would receive electricity from the incinerator. NREL stated 54,000, and the Chair has also used that figure. The engineer's analysis comes to 15,000 homes maximum. Alongside the objections from the public, 18 town and parish councils have objected to the plans, including Upton, Scudamore, Bratton, Trowbridge and Warminster. Of these 18, only 3 have been permitted to speak. To prevent councils from stating their objections today comes beyond a procedural matter. Giving meat to use for your refusal, the plan does not comply with Wiltshire and Swindon Wastecore Strategy Objective 5, which deals with granting permission to developments that could have achieved a higher standing within the waste hierarchy. This application does not apply. The plans are inconsistent with Waste Directive Article 16, Regulation 18, where regard is to be given to what is called the proximity principle. The majority of the commercial and industrial waste will come from far away. There is no proximity about it. There are 8 incinerators, the gentleman over there mentioned them, already within a 2-hour drive of Westbury with spare capacity. Finally, the bottom and fly ash that would leave the site, and this could be up to 30% of what would be transported in originally, will trundle around the roads in Westbury on its way to specialist landfill sites and would continue the cycle of transportation, landfill and pollution across the county. It is time to refuse.
Thank you, Marie. Dr. Andrew Murison, MP, good to see you again. You have 3 minutes too. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm here to speak for the thousands who have objected to this horrible carbon-belching rubbish burner but couldn't be here today. Councillors, we're elected people. Our job isn't to be a cipher. It's not to be a rubber stamp. It's to properly articulate the views of those we purport to represent. And those views are as plain as a pikestaff. I'm trying to think of another issue since the Westbury cement works that has filled my mailbag as this one has. There's no question that the previous permission would have generated some electricity. This one, as we've heard, will generate rather less for the waste that it's going to consume. This one will cause us to look elsewhere in the waste hierarchy, because there's no question this thing is going to have to be fed by something, and that something is materials that would otherwise have been reused or recycled. I am appalled in this COP26 year that we should be in Wiltshire, a council that has declared a climate emergency, even considering this. And if I had any doubt at all, the application made by Arla, a high-quality signature operation in Westbury, should put the thing beyond any shadow of a doubt. This thing is massively unwanted. It will contribute to this council's contribution to carbon at a time when we must be reducing it. It is detested and hated by the people of Westbury and much, much further afield. And if this is a council that represents the views of local people, it seems to me you have there's no question of a doubt. You must refuse this application. I beg of you, please, do everything you can to be creative in framing your refusal for this, as NREL has been in creating the prospectus before you today. Thank you.
Many thanks. Thank you. Andrew, do you have a deal? Bill Jarvis, Wiltshire Climate Alliance. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. As I seem to be a mumble, I'm going to take my mask off, if that's okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. I don't know whether it's morning or afternoon now. My name is Bill Jarvis. I'm representing Wiltshire Climate Alliance. 10 years ago, I was on the other side of this table with Fitcher and Axis, persuading planning committees like this one of the benefits of waste management solutions, including, at the end of the day, incinerators. The driving force was landfill tax, an incentive to reduce waste going to landfill and to recycle more. Did this work? No. We're recycling as little as we were then and paying the consequences. I'm not here to support the plant. This plant is wrong and would have been an anathema to me even 10 years ago. The world has moved on since then, but it appears, sadly, that Hills, Fitchner and Axis have not. Almost 250,000 tonnes of unknown quantity commercial waste every year. Who, by the way, is going to check what comes in through the gate? Enough to fill the pitch area of Wembley over 70 metres high is coming into Westbury. At Gloucester's 190,000-tonne Javelin Park, forecast traffic is over 300 vehicles per day, peaking at 40 an hour. How have NREL and the planning officer got it so wrong here? This structure, 40 metres high, towers over the adjacent Arla plant. In itself, an imposing building by some 15 metres. If you visited one, and I've visited many, you'd understand the sheer building scale. If you have not, I suggest that before making this important decision, you do. And I don't mean drive past. Go into the plant and get a feel for its impact. A few strategically positioned photomontages in the offering do not represent reality. In 2018, a proposal on the same site, as been mentioned before, was rejected by this committee because at 37.8 metres, it was contrary to Wiltshire's Core Policy 51, which seeks to protect, conserve and enhance the visual amenity of the landscape. The one that was approved and that's been used as a demonstrator is 36.8 metres high. This plant is 40 metres. It is a material issue and would be consistent to reject the application on the same basis. This would be the county's biggest carbon emitter at conservatively 150,000 tonnes of CO2 a year, equivalent to 100,000 extra cars in the county, negating and more all the good work the council and the communities are doing, and this for 25 years. As carbon emissions are reduced, it will become the single emitter in the county. What a legacy to leave your children. Remember your promise in 2019. The 2020 CCC Committee report proposes energy from waste should only be considered with carbon capture. Even though not yet policy, this was one of the reasons the Secretary of State rejected a plant in Kent in early 2021. Final sentence. This council seeks to make Wiltshire 100% carbon neutral and the government 8% by 2030. This plant fits nowhere in these plans. As councillors, you have a duty to the county, its citizens and future generations. Reject this plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Two local residents now. Barney Jones. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for listening to my remarks. I'm a local resident living less than a mile from the plant. I've got 4 young children between 11 and 15 years old, and we're all very grateful for your time in thinking about this application. When I became familiar with the plans that you've got before you today, I was quite surprised by a couple of the features that I read, especially when I took a look at the Wiltshire Core strategies alongside them. You may well ask, as you listen to what I have to say, why these were not covered by your planning officer in the presentation at the beginning of the meeting. The first of the things I want to mention is the location next to the Arla Dairy, which, as I'm sure you've heard earlier, makes anchor butter for about half the country. You may well know that the Arla threadable packs have the Westbury White Horse on the top of the butter. Now, it's obvious to anyone that the transport, storage and burning of vast amounts of rubbish on site will negatively affect the production of butter at Arla. But even if you don't accept that it will, that it will get the Environment Agency support, you may well question whether the reputational damage done to Arla will actually cause a severe impact to the local business. So regardless of the Environment Agency, you as local planners need to take account of the reputational damage that will be done. The Wiltshire Waste Site Allocations Plan, on page 64 under its entry for the North Acre Trading Estate, Westbury, clearly states that before any new facility can be approved, the sensitivity of some existing units to air quality, particularly the dairy, will need to be assessed. That assessment must include the reputational damage done to Arla, not just the environmental damage. It goes on to say that any new facilities must not prejudice the existing industrial and commercial units, including the dairy, already permitted within the site boundary. I can't imagine anything that would more prejudice the reputation of Anchor Butter than having this plant built next to it. Arla's own objection to this application clearly states that its products will be affected if the incinerator is built. And unless Northacre and its consultants have, by some miracle, become more expert in the production of butter than Arla and Anchor Butter makers, I think we can say that the application fails its test, including the reputational damage as well as the actual technical emissions. The second reason the application must be denied is its complete failure to consider whether the railway on its doorstep could be used to help transport rubbish to the plant. I noticed on the diagrams at the beginning that the railway, which is literally a stone's throw away from the site, was not pictured. I couldn't believe it when I learned that Northacre was intending to bring all the rubbish to the plant by lorry when it's sited just metres from some of the UK's most accessible train lines. I was even more shocked when I learned that the Wiltshire Core Policy number 65, Movement of Goods, says developments which generate large volumes of freight traffic or involve the movement of bulk materials should make use of rail or water transport for freight movements wherever practical. Likewise, Wiltshire's Waste Development Control Policies, WDC 11, says proposals for waste sites must demonstrate they are maximising the use of rail or water to transport waste where practicable. Northacre's IMA transport document contains absolutely no assessment of whether rail could be used to transport waste into the site. Your planning officer's report uses the word rail just 14 times. I'd encourage you to have a search on that if you disbelieve me, all of them just related to descriptions of the site. And it contains no critique at all of whether Northacre could or should use rail to transport waste, completely flouting, as I say, your core policy number 65. The failure to assess rail transport for rubbish means you must refuse this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barney. And Ian Cunningham. Yes, that's fine there.
Thank you, Chair. Recently, I drafted a letter to the Prime Minister from Westbury Town Council suggesting he might bolster his green credentials by stopping our carbon spewing incinerator. The response was that they would prefer such decisions to be taken locally. More than 2,000 people objected, meriting slightly only over 3 pages in a 115-page report. I hope this committee will not gloss over them as lightly. Every nearby town and parish also objected on behalf of the residents. In the recent elections, I'm sure you all emphasised that you wanted to represent local people. So take a popular local decision and an early opportunity to stand by your election promises by voting no. I could stop with that, but councillors on a strategic planning committee have the duty to make strategic decisions with considerations beyond simple planning rules. So some strategic thoughts. EFW technology is out of date and not renewable in any way. A 2013 Danish government paper, Denmark Without Waste, subtitled Recycle More, Incinerate Less, found that EFW had so derailed national recycling efforts that the Green Danes had one of the lowest recycling rates in Europe. They've set a target to slash the use of incineration. Let's learn from their mistakes. Westbury is infamous for its road problems, leading to one of Wiltshire's longest-lived air quality management areas, and reference to incremental changes should not be used to dismiss this. The strategic decision is surely to build this, if actually needed, in a sparsely populated area near a suitable main road. The officer's report recognises that this plant will not be zero carbon, but Wiltshire will be stuck with it for decades, not a strategy to support Wiltshire Council's zero carbon ambitions. The figures suggesting this is a low carbon are based on 10-year-old electricity generation data, which ignores the growth from 7 to 41% in carbon-free renewable generation over the last decade and makes little adjustment for future guaranteed improvements. The IEA says that developed countries should have zero carbon grids by 2030, so if built, this will rapidly become the UK's dirtiest electricity. There is already an overprovision of EFW, and as waste is reduced, these indoor bonfires will have to be kept fed to pay off the and undermining our attempts to reduce, reuse and recycle, the core of 21st century waste management strategies. Apparently, low levels of pollutants by volume can be misleading. In a 2011 report, New York's Department of Environmental Conservation found that for each unit of energy produced, EFW plants release 14 times more mercury, twice as much lead, 4 times as much cadmium, etc., as the coal plants they replaced. And the EA regulations lag decades behind science, e.g. there are currently none for deadly ultrafine particles beyond the meaningless inclusion in weight limits. History shows that chimneys near population centres were always something we didn't ought to have done. That same New York report noted that waste processing tends to be built near deprived areas. Westbury sits at the bottom of Wiltshire's joint strategic assessment in most categories, and the area adjacent to this site is one of the most deprived LSOAs in Wiltshire. Perhaps you could give them a break. Make the correct strategic decision to stop this. Wiltshire's children will thank you for it. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Ian. Appreciate that. Yes, some very impassioned and pleased there, and it would be very hard-nosed of us not to recognise those. We now go to 4 supporters, and I'd like to begin with Alex Young, Director of Northacre Renewable Energy. Some fairly challenging remarks have been made, which you may wish to address, and I will hope they have been addressed in your submission, but I welcome you to speak. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Young, and I'm a Director of Northacre Renewable Energy. The proposal before you today seeks to change the technology from gasification to moving great combustion for the previously consented energy from waste facility. In 2013, the Northacre Trading Estate was allocated for strategic waste management facilities. The need for the facility and the suitability of the location have been established by permissions in both 2015 and 2019. The Northacre facility will turn a significant proportion of the region's commercial and industrial residual waste into low-carbon energy. This material would otherwise be sent to landfill or transported by road to similar facilities in the UK or in Europe. This residual waste material is that which is left over after economically recyclable material has been removed. The proposals for the Northacre facility will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 58,000 tonnes per annum of CO2 when considered against the alternative of landfilling. UK government policy continues to support energy from waste as part of the country's path to a net zero carbon economy. We are aware that our proposal has a source of concern for some local residents, and I would like to address some of those now. On emissions and air quality, we are building a facility incorporating state-of-the-art technology, equipment and operating techniques. Public Health England's view remains that there are no conclusive links to adverse health effects from modern energy from waste plants, which is evidenced by our detailed assessments on the impact on local air quality and public health. We acknowledge the future potential for carbon capture and storage, and we are committed to adopting the most appropriate measures when this technology is commercially available. On traffic, our assessments of daily traffic flows show no significant changes arising from the proposed facility. Specifically, the increases in daily traffic on the A350 is less than 0.1%, and such changes are regarded in highways terms as imperceptible. Furthermore, it is proposed that a proportion of the residual waste could be transferred from the neighbouring waste treatment facility, further removing lorries from the road. The proposal provides part of the solution to addressing the pressing need for a sustainable, long-term solution to non-recyclable commercial and industrial waste in Wiltshire, whilst reducing landfill's negative contribution to climate change. We respectfully request that you support the clear recommendation made to you by your planning case officer and approve this application. Northacre Renewable Energy is ready and committed to play its part in the transition to a low-carbon economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that. The next speaker, Michael Hill, please. Chief Executive from the Hills Group is Michael Hill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee and public. My name is Michael Hill. I'm the Chief Executive of the Hills Group. Hills was founded in Swindon by my great-grandfather over 120 years ago. We have over 640 employees, providing essential services to businesses and local residents. And I'm committed to doing what is right for Wiltshire. The UK generates over 25 million tonnes of residual waste per year, And as my colleague Alex mentioned, residual waste is waste that cannot be recycled. In 2019, 13.9 million tonnes of residual waste energy from waste facilities, leaving 11 million tonnes that were either landfilled or exported to generate energy in Europe. It is right that society aims to achieve very high recycling rates, which we wholeheartedly support, and the North Acre facility does not hinder or compete with these efforts. However, the reality is that the 11 million tonnes of residual waste cannot simply be recycled. Some of this residual waste is from commercial and industrial sources, where recycling rates are already significantly higher than household rates, due to the cost saving to businesses who responsibly recycle. There needs to be an effective plan for residual waste management with energy recovery, or we will continue to landfill or export our waste. These are not acceptable or sustainable options. Our mission is simple. We need to do more to prevent non-recyclable residual waste going to landfill, and the North Acre facility is part of the solution to help achieve this. By reducing greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 58,000 tonnes per annum. This is why the UK Government continues to support the development of energy from waste facilities as part of the country's path to net zero by 2050. As well as residual waste from commercial and industrial sources, the North Acre facility can manage up to 52,000 tonnes of solid recovered fuel per year by way of conveyor from the adjacent mechanical and biological treatment plant, thereby reducing vehicle movements and lowering Wiltshire Council's carbon footprint. The facility will represent a £200 million investment in the local economy and a major new source of employment, including 450 jobs during the construction phase and over 40 highly skilled permanent roles. In addition, the North Acre facility will generate low-carbon energy to power over 54,000 homes, whilst also improving the resilience of the local electricity supply network, unlocking development on the surrounding employment zone on North Acre Industrial Estate and nearby Hawkridge Business Park. In summary, approving this proposal will allow Wiltshire to play its part in providing a sustainable solution to a pressing waste and energy challenge in the region, whilst delivering environmental and economic benefits to the county. We believe this to be very much part of the green recovery, which will contribute to the UK achieving its ambitious net zero carbon targets. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. Stephen Othern, Technical Director of Fichtner. Thank you, Stephen.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Othern, and I'm the Technical Director of Fichtner Consulting Engineers. My team was responsible for the air quality assessment and the environmental permit application for the facility, and I'd like to talk briefly about the technology proposed and the emissions to atmosphere. The proposed facility seeks to use moving rate combustion technology. This technology is widely established and proven. It is used in around 90% of the UK's operating EFW facilities and over 400 EFW facilities across Europe. Similarly, the emissions abatement equipment proposed is well established and proven to achieve the required emission limits for releases from the stack. The operation of the facility would be monitored by the Environment Agency under the terms of an environmental permit. The emission limits would be consistent with the latest European and UK guidance, which are more stringent than those for current operating plants in the UK, and indeed more stringent than the emission limits for the gasification scheme, which already has planning permission. The planning application includes a comprehensive air quality assessment, which shows the impact of the proposed emissions on human health can be described as negligible. Your officers agree with this conclusion. In addition, the air quality assessment is being audited by the Environment Agency's officers as part of the ongoing permit application process. Concerns have been raised, actually raised just now, about emissions of fine particulate matter, PM2.5s. I can confirm the bag filters proposed are very effective at filtering out fine particulate matter, both due to the filters themselves and to the filter cake, the dust layer, which forms on the bags, as the smallest particles stick to this cake. And I can also confirm the particulate monitors detect all sizes of particles. The facility design also includes a number of measures to minimise fugitive emissions of odours and bioaerosols. Solid waste, which is the only potential source of bioaerosols and the primary source of odours, would be delivered to the enclosed tipping hall and stored in the bunker. It would not be handled outside. During normal operation of the facility, air from the tipping hall and bunker is drawn into the combustion chamber, and any odorous compounds from the waste are destroyed by combustion. When the facility is not processing waste, which is around 10% of the time, all doors to the waste bunker and reception area will remain closed. This will contain any odour, dust and bioaerosols within the bunker area. The air from the tipping hall and bunker will be extracted through a carbon filter and released from a 43-metre high stack. The combination of both enclosing the waste bunker and the design of the odour abatement system will ensure the potential for the release of odours outside the building is minimised. Odour control, including fugitive emissions, will be addressed through the environmental permit. The EA has requested additional information on odour abatement, and the applicant will be submitting an air emissions management plan as part of this application, which will address emergency situations. In summary, the technology is proven. It will be regulated by the Environment Agency under an environmental permit, and it will meet the latest standards. Thank you.
James Brain, please, MD of Westbury Park Engineering. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Brain. I am the Managing Director of Westbury Park Engineering Limited. My company is based on the Brook Lane Industrial Estate in Westbury, and we have been based there for over 30 years. We are a mechanical and structural engineering company employing 32 people who live within a 20-mile radius of Westbury. We have experience in being involved in various renewable energy projects in the UK, from energy to waste, nuclear and wind energy production. A lot of the discussions today is based on the impact of the building visually in the landscape. It's related to the environmental concerns regarding emissions, traffic concerns and the need to reduce residual waste to landfill. These have all been debated and various detailed cases put forward regarding the pros and cons of such a facility. I would briefly comment that the industrial estate is an ideal location for such a building. Having worked across the sector for 30+ years, along with the petrochemical and coal power industries, the control of emissions and legislation governing air quality is stringent, and the technology has evolved considerably over the last 20 years. It has been detailed that the daily increase in traffic on the A350 is less than 0.1%. Westbury has continued to experience traffic congestion from the major developments in housing over the last 5 years, and a major review of the local road network is still required whether this project gets the go-ahead or not. If planning is granted on this project, there are financial benefits that Westbury and the surrounding area will benefit from the building of this plot. I have experienced firsthand the benefit local businesses receive from such a large investment. These include bed and breakfasts, hotels, shops, bars, restaurants, hairdressers, plant hire companies, and many of the local companies that support manufacturing infrastructure projects. With a build programme of 3 years, the financial income that will be generated and spent in the area will boost the local economy. In the current economic climate, this can only be a positive for the local area. As documented, 40 permanent jobs will be created on completion of the project. It has not been detailed that the legacy of the local companies involved in the supply chain going forward supporting the plant will extend these benefits for many years. If the main contractors can engage with the local supply chain companies, as currently Hinkley Power Station do in Bridgewater, I have seen it can be a tremendous benefit to how businesses in Westbury and the surrounding area can prosper from such a development. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, we're almost 2 hours into this meeting. I was going to take a comfort break in a few minutes, but does anybody wish to take a comfort break now? Okay, well, if we can just get through the speakers then, we'll take a comfort break then. So I'd like to call, please, Westbury Town Council, Councillor Mike Sutton, to speak. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of Westbury Town Council and the people of Westbury, and I want to take issue with some of the things that have been said. I don't want to correct the planning officer, but as everybody knows, the Environment Agency is concerned with legislation as it is. It is not concerned with public health. A letter from the Environment Agency, November 19th, we are not concerned with public health. That is a matter for the unitary authority. The Environment Agency enforces legislation, and those of you with long memories, at one time asbestos met the legislative requirements and is now deemed to be killing people. It will be the same with PM25 and particles. A letter from Wiltshire in reply, we are not concerned with public health, it's a matter for the Environment Agency. You can see this catch-22 situation so it's not about Environment Agency, it's about this committee and this council. I want to make the point that we've been talking about at the very beginning, COVID and what a risk it is, 160,000 people killed. The bigger danger to us, the bigger danger to the planet is air quality. And this committee cannot put that to the sideline. It is the most essential thing that you will deal with. It depends on the health of Westbury and Wiltshire. Can I make the point, the planning officer said this will increase traffic by 1.6%. Where the planning system continually fails, and we have continually made this point, who is doing the cumulative assessment? Yes, it adds 1.6%. Every development gets passed on the grounds it adds 2% or less to traffic. But the cumulative effect is disastrous. It's like putting a brick in a boat. One brick doesn't hurt, nor does the next one, but unless you assess the cumulative effect, the boat sinks. And it is the same with air quality. So with all of this, where do the public go? Well, not to the planning officers these days who've long ago morphed into agents for developers. You can dismiss everything that's been said by the consultants. Consultants produce the report they're paid to produce. Everybody knows that. So where can the public go? It's to the people here. When I was growing up, one of the things that distinguished Britain was that no matter all of our problems, it was the place where the Englishman or woman in their cottage got the same deal as the rich and the powerful. That's long gone, but I never thought I would find myself agreeing with Mr. Murison on many things. The only recourse for the people of Westbury and Wiltshire is to come to this committee. You are being told that you have to conform to planning laws. Well, actually you don't. You are allowed to make a decision. If your role is only to look at planning laws, we may as well have a computer where the numbers are keyed in, the decision's made, and you're not required. I would beg you to treat this as the important issue it is. It's the health of people. It's very rare in democracy now for thousands of people to get involved. They have a very, very naive belief in the efficacy of the system, but you can put that right. Please, please stand up for the people of Westbury and Wiltshire who elected you. You are their elected representatives, nobody else. And if you don't stand up for the people, nobody else will. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. You've made some strong points there. I would request that the officers be treated with respect and regard in our submissions and our representations. They work with the best information they have. We have some very high quality advice. Not everybody likes the advice that we're given, but we work with the best we have. We have an extremely good legal team behind us too. And whether we like the framework or not that we work within, it is what we have to work with. So I would just ask you to bear that in mind when you make your representations, as strong and possibly emotional as they may be. Can I invite, please, Councillor Val Jarvis from Dilton Marsh Parish Council. Thank you.
In 2019, I was part of a small group who pushed Wiltshire Council to pass the climate emergency. In my speech, after it was acknowledged, I said that the council would either have been villains or heroes, and on that occasion, they had proved to be heroes. If you today do not oppose this incinerator, you will definitely be villains, as you will have not taken any heed of the CO2 this plant will pump out, contrary to being carbon neutral by 2030 as promised, or the particulates that will descend over the parishioners of Dilton Marsh, as the incinerator is just 300 metres from our parish. It will show how little you care for the health and well-being of the people of Wiltshire that this oversized plant will impact on, especially children and the elderly who are more vulnerable to pollution. The height of the building has increased from 37.8 metres high to 40 metres, and the bulk has grown massively. The visual impact goes against Core Policy 51 to protect and conserve visual amenity. This was the reason the plant was opposed before, and now it's even bigger. Why is there any need for this plant with Javelin Park and others so nearby? Javelin Park is 30 minutes away from our Wiltshire borders and with spare capacity. The only reason it would seem is profit. Surely a more modern technology could be used, a mechanical biological treatment plant where waste can be separated would be a better option, if indeed one is necessary. Who knows what toxic waste will be burnt at the proposed Hill plant? Building more incinerators will drive the need to fill them, removing the incentive for the private sector to recycle, something that as individuals we are urged to do. The 2,000 objections have hardly been looked at or addressed properly. People in my parish and around Westbury really care about this abomination being forced upon their community and the environment, and should have been listened to after all the hard work that they put in to object, which has only seemingly been given a cursory glance. How can you even contemplate the notion of agreeing to this flawed, archaic technology? I hope you have a conscience. Yes, I know it's only planning law that is listened to, but for me, as a chair of a parish council, it is people that count. I believe that Wiltshire Council used to have a slogan, where everybody matters. Strange it's been dropped now. Now it would seem that Wiltshire Council is a place where nobody matters. Yes, so much so that the numbers of speakers against have been cut from 6 plus organisations, companies and our MP to 6 in total. This is an outrage when so many of the public are not being listened to. So, committee, vote against this and show people you do matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. I took the 3 parish councils closest to this site. So we'll go to the third one now. This is Hayward Parish Council, Councillor John Masson. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I am the chair of Hayward Parish Council. For those of you that don't know where it is, it abuts the north edge of Westbury Town. The Parish Council objects to the application for several reasons: the size of the proposed building, the traffic generated locally by the scheme, the effect of additional traffic on air quality in Westbury, and the effect on health of residents living nearby. Wiltshire Core Strategy Policy CP51 seeks to protect, conserve and enhance the character of the landscape. An application was made in 2019 for a development on the site, which was refused because of its bulk and adverse effect on the landscape. The new proposal is for a larger building with a taller chimney, which, if permitted, would seriously impact on the immediate area and surrounding countryside. The chimney will be seen from miles around, ruining many local views, including that northwards from the hills behind Westbury. We got rid of one local eyesore when the chimney at the old Westbury Cement Works was demolished, and the application now seeks to create another. The railway bridge at Westbury Station is limited to vehicles under 7.5 tonnes, and so the only access road to the site for HGVs from either the north or the south is the B3097 Hawkridge Road, and then through the West Wilts Industrial Estate. The B3097 passes through the parishes of North Bradley and Hayward and is unsuitable for the volume and size of vehicles that currently use it. The road was a C road and was reclassified in a paper exercise to a B road several years ago with no upgrading works being carried out. It has a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit, even though there is a school on it, and there are 2 junctions on it, both at bends, with restricted sight lines for vehicles turning out into it. One at Dursley Road and the other at Hawkridge Village. The junction at Hawkridge Village being considered so dangerous that traffic lights were installed as a safety measure. Following complaints from residents about the number of incidents which have occurred at those lights, Wiltshire Council is currently carrying out a safety review. The speed, volume and size of vehicles is giving residents increasing concerns for their safety. The B3097 has a high level of movements. In October 2013, Hayward Parish Council conducted a traffic survey on the part of the B3097 between Hawkridge Village and the entrance to the West Wilts Industrial Estate and recorded 10,687 vehicles between 5 a.m. and 7 p.m. NREL's transport assessment forecasts an increase in traffic volume on the road to 16,139 per working day by 2025, and of that 4.83 will be HGVs, which amounts to something like 770 vehicles. 78 of those will be from the incineration plant. The Parish Council believes that additional vehicle movements generated by the proposed development are contrary to the Wiltshire Council Highways Management Strategy Objectives, August 2019, Asset Management Objectives, SO3, to reduce the impact of traffic on people's quality of life and Wiltshire's built and natural environment. Okay. Core Strategy CP55 states that the development proposals which by virtue of their scale, nature and location are likely to exacerbate existing areas of poor air quality will need to demonstrate that measures can be taken to effectively mitigate emission levels in order to protect public health, environment and quality. The increased volume of traffic generated by the proposal will have an adverse effect on the already poor air quality recorded on the A350 in Westbury. In fact, we would challenge anybody to stand for an hour on Haynes Road in summer without feeling ill. The application will increase the numbers of vehicles using the 350 without reducing the level of pollution, and the Parish Council is concerned about increased health risks to anyone living beside the A350 in Westbury. The application states that significant effort will be made to reduce the effects of any discharge from the plant. But the Council is concerned that if there is any discharge, it will be blown by the prevailing southwesterly winds over the existing housing areas on Storage Road and the Ham, and the 3 housing areas proposed in the emerging Wiltshire local plan and onto the West Wilts Industrial Estate. Recently, after complaints from residents about smells coming from the existing plant, the Environment Agency carried out an inspection and found that filters were defective and needed replacement. The Parish Council is concerned that any equipment failures at the proposed plant may not be easily detected by odour, and that does raise health concerns for anyone under the plume.
John, that's it. No, thank you.
But, okay, just...
No, that's
therefore, in light of the aforementioned, I would ask you to reject this application.
So now we're going to go to the local members. We have 3 of those and 1 to be read out too. So Matt, Councillor Matthew Dean, this is your 3rd opportunity to speak this morning. I'm welcoming you to come.
Chairman, I think the convention is the member who has a site in their area speaks last. I'd like to exercise that convention, please.
Right, okay, that's fine. In which case, can I invite Gordon King? Councillor Gordon King, do you want to speak? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The proposal, as you've heard, has managed to achieve a feat, and that is the overwhelming opposition of residents within Westbury, but also between our neighbours, and you've heard them today, both locally and regionally. Through their submissions, Westbury residents have highlighted many good points. Among these are that they are very concerned about the potential pollution and adverse impacts of poor air quality associated with incineration. They are minded to remind everybody that an incinerator is essentially a box with a smokestack with filters above and an open flame beneath, capable of consuming a wide variety of feedstocks, including metals, plastics, glasses, and provides a vent with a greater concentration of toxic pollutants, including heavy metals and greenhouse gas. Incinerators insert great quantities of oxides to combustible feedstocks burnt at low temperatures than gasifiers, and the result is low heat and an exhaust of carbon dioxide, hydrogen dioxide, and other byproducts of oxidation, combustion or partial combustion, including poisonous dioxins, particulates, and furans. BioRoot Energy have drawn attention to US Environmental Protection Agency report that asserts that incineration releases 2.5 times greater amounts of energy than coal per carbon dioxide megawatt of energy produced. This incinerator will relieve masses, measured in hundreds of thousands of tons of carbon dioxide, other dioxins and greenhouse gases into the atmosphere each year. For 25 years, and contrary to the government's commitment to net zero by 2050. Carbon offset calculations based upon current electricity generation methods do not offer any expected improvements in the next 20 years, meaning that it would be bad for any target, climate target change of maintaining below 22 degrees of warming, and that progress on government targets will be slow and difficult to achieve. Westbury's health profile shows an above-average national average susceptibility to chest complaint, respiratory illness including COPD, pneumonia as a cause of death, resulting in concerns that vast quantities of carbon and other dioxins released into the atmosphere will have a damaging effect upon the health of the vulnerable, exacerbating local health inequalities in the same way that the pandemic already has. Analysts agree that the best efficiency is achieved when thermal generation plants are part of a combined scheme using residual heat. This plant has had no such provision and so fails the best available technique criteria, since combining heat and power is clearly more efficient and achieves better outcomes. Most desk-based environment impact assessments, like North Acres, provide reasonable assurances of below regulation levels of emissions, only to have frequent periods above the level of emissions once built and in production, especially when systems are stopped and restarted. I got a bit to go and I am a member. Such environmental impacts have had adverse effect upon the immunity that people experience living in the proximity of this facility, contrary to policy WDC2, respective emissions and air quality. In addition, residents note with some horror that if approved, this facility will generate at least 150 traffic movements a day and 936 movements per year, contrary to CP55. The local I will go on a little bit. Zero Waste UK estimate that 53% of residual waste is capable of being recyclable. Of the remainder 27% is potentially recyclable, 12% is suitable for reuse, and only 8% is difficult to recycle or reuse. It is recognised that as a direct result of this destruction of recyclable and reusable waste, that 79% of the resources needed to produce goods in the future are already imported. There is a direct correlation between the development of EFW facilities and an equal and opposite decline in recycling and reuse of waste products. This unacceptable consumption of recyclable material is an anathema to many in the community, not just because they believe that we should build back better, but also because they know that energy for waste generates negative trade-offs in terms of costs, and that ultimately it will be them as taxpayers that will pick up the bill. So, knowing this, we are shocked by the assertions on page 25 of the report that the North Acre facility will broadly deliver net self-sufficiency for Wiltshire for residual waste. But given the fact that Wiltshire only contributes 20%, meaning the applicant will have to hunt regionally and nationally for feedstock, is it really Wiltshire self-sufficiency or is it regional self-sufficiency in Wiltshire? I ask you, is this really your vision for our county? Because I have a lot to say, I will just give you my conclusion now. North Acre has swapped a 21st century technology for an old and dirty process that has been around for centuries. So great is the concern about that Zero Waste Scotland has recently, as last October, concluded that in terms of carbon intensity, incinerators can no longer be considered a low-carbon technology. Gasification lost to moving grate incineration because the latter does not require pre-treatment and because it is the only system that consumes high volumes of mixed waste at a rate of 4,300 tonnes of waste per day, operating 8,000 days continually with one scheduled stop for maintenance. It consumes monstrously and exhumes vastly. It will negatively impact upon the environment and the local traffic network, the public health, and dominate its surroundings. I urge you to reject the report in front of you and to refuse the application for all the reasons I have highlighted, and in doing so stand up for Westbury, our county and our climate.
Thank you, Gordon. Carol, did you want to come next? Have you said all you wanted to say, or did you have anything you wanted to say at this point? Okay. Sorry. We have a submission from Suzanne Wickham too. Councillor Suzanne Wickham. Can I ask you to read that out, Kieran?
Thank you, Chairman. So this is the statement from Councillor Suzanne Wickham, who is unfortunately unable to be here today. I am the Wiltshire Councillor for Ethandune, which includes the villages of Dilton Marsh, Hawkridge, Haywood, Bratton and Eddington. I wish to record my objection to this application on the grounds of impact on highways and traffic, impact on landscape and impact on air quality. 1. With regard to highways and traffic, A. The Wiltshire Council Highways Asset Management Strategy, August 2019 Asset Management Objectives include to minimise the effect of noise and air pollution by effectively maintaining the highway network. SO3, to reduce the impact of traffic on people's quality of life and Wiltshire's built-in natural environment. SO10, to encourage the efficient and sustainable distribution of freight in Wiltshire. SO11, to reduce the level of air pollutant and climate change emissions from transport. SO9, to reduce the impact of traffic speeds in towns and villages. The NREL states that its proposal will include an increase of 53 HGVs per day, which is not in accordance with the above objectives. B. Construction traffic. NREL Transport Document 5.3.1 states that, additionally, an average of 25 HGV deliveries a day is expected. Residents of Westbury and the surrounding villages already contend with increasing size and volume of traffic, and this has been exacerbated by the closure of Cleveland Bridge in Bath. It is not only the emissions from engines that is of concern, but the added danger from emissions from tyres and braking systems that affect air quality, and ultimately public health is a major concern to residents in this area. Due to the weight restriction near Westbury Railway Station, the A350 Yarnbrook Phillips Way leading on to the B3097 is a major route into Westbury Trading Estate and onwards to the site of this application. The B3097, which was previously a C category road, is a two-lane highway, narrow in parts, with areas of reduced visibility which currently has a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit. Additional factors are the junction emerging from Haywood, which has reduced visibility, a nearby school, and traffic lights governing the entrance and exit to Hawkridge, again with reduced visibility on one side. NREL state in their Transport Assessment Document 3.2.1 that a highway network traffic flow survey was cancelled due to COVID-19. There is therefore no up-to-date information on traffic flow on the relevant roads to the site. In October 2013, Haywood Parish Council conducted a traffic survey on the B3097 between the Hawkridge Junction and Westbury from 0500 hours to 1900 hours. The count was 10,687 vehicles, which included 1,856 vans, pickups, 664 articulated vehicles, 351 small lorries, and 139 buses or coaches. Clearly, in the 7 to 8 years that have elapsed since then, traffic will have significantly increased due to a new business park and numerous new businesses on the Westbury Trading Estate. However, the B3097 remains a B category road, which, in many local users' view, is totally unsuitable for the existing level of traffic and therefore not suitable for any further increase in traffic. It is totally unacceptable that planned increase in traffic, including the construction phase, have not been put forward without a comprehensive survey and of this specific area of the B3097 being undertaken. Westbury Area Board, Community Area Transport Group have recently agreed to fund an investigation into this area of highway, prompted by the increasing concern from residents of Hawkridge for their safety in using the junctions to enter and exit their villages. The speed, volume and size of traffic is also an ever-increasing concern. C. Movement of goods. Core Policy 65 of the Wiltshire Core Strategy states, the way in which an efficient and flexible freight distribution system supports economic vibrancy and growth cannot be at the expense of local communities or the environment. This is clearly the case with the B3097, where residents of this area have no alternative but to use this busy 50-mile-an-hour road, suffer the constant noise and air pollution associated with it, and in many cases in close proximity to their homes. NREL Transport Assessment quotes Core Policy 66, where a commitment to improve A350 is outlined. This improvement work is not likely to be imminent and should not be considered as an immediate relevant feature, as traffic will always have to use the existing road network until any upgrade takes place, and specifically the B3097, which is not included in the planned A350 upgrade. 2. With regard to landscape, Core Policy 51 of the Wiltshire Core Strategy seeks to protect, conserve and enhance Wiltshire's distinctive landscape character. This application is even larger and the stack height even higher than the previous application. If this structure were to be built, it would have a serious detrimental impact on both the immediate area and the surrounding countryside. Rural views would be dominated, and specifically those from the edge of Salisbury Plain such as Eddington and Bratton, including the White Horse. This application clearly does not comply with Core Policy 51. 3. With regard to air quality due to traffic, NREL Chapter 8 Air Quality, Odour and Human Health 8.2.14 states that based on the annual average daily traffic, AADT, additional traffic for the proposed development is not expected to cause significant change and significance of effect is deemed to be negligible and further detailed analyses of the impact is not required. It remains unclear if these calculations are only after construction or take the impact of construction traffic into account. Core Policy 55 of the Wiltshire Core Strategy states that development proposals, which by virtue of their scale, nature or location are likely to exacerbate existing areas of poor air quality, will need to demonstrate that measures can be taken to effectively mitigate emission levels in order to protect public health, environmental quality and amenity. Mitigation may include possible traffic management or highway improvements to be agreed with a local authority, traffic routing, and where appropriate, contributions will be sought toward the mitigation of an impact of a development may have on levels of air pollutants. As there is no viable alternative to the B3097, there is no alternative route that can be considered. I fail to see how any of these mitigation measures could have any positive impact on the additional traffic through Westbury, and that using the B3097 with the current road structures in place. On the grounds of all the relevant points outlined above, I urge the committee to refuse this application.
Thank you, Kieran. And finally, before we break, Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Matthew Dean and I'm the councillor for Westbury West, which all of this site is in that division, although it is on the southern end of that boundary. Chairman, 1 in 10 residents of Westbury have taken the time to email or write to this council objecting to this application. When I spoke to Mr. Guest, he told me that in his entire planning career, he has never encountered an application that has had so much public interest and drawn so much antagonism from members of the community who are vehemently against this planning application for some of the reasons that you've heard today. Chairman, if you drove round Westbury today, you would find in people's windows of their houses a great many signs and posters claiming that they do not want an incinerator on their doorstep. This site, Mr. Chairman, has a long and controversial planning history. In 2009, 3 days before Wiltshire Council was dissolved to make way, the old county council, to make way for the unitary authority, planning permission was approved for a household recycling centre and the materials recycling and treatment facility. That household recycling centre, which was the reason that many members of the public supported the application, was never built. It was merely a sop, as things turned out, sadly, to get the ball rolling for a materials recycling facility that, of course, as we know, was built out. The original consent for that plant was 60,000 tonnes per annum. Currently now, the Hills operation is processing over 90,000 tonnes on that site. Westbury is doing its bit to help process waste for Wiltshire, and it was never envisaged that we were going to have a site of national significance there. Indeed, although the site is marked down for waste management and treatment uses, nowhere in the consultation was incineration mentioned. That site has had, as has been mentioned today, an existing planning and consent in force, but a previous application was refused by this council on the grounds of scale and massing and the impact on local residents. This application is significantly bigger than the application that you refused, principally on the grounds of the physical size of the previous application, 18/03816. And it's noteworthy, isn't it, Chairman, that the applicants appealed that decision, and then, when it became clear the strength of the council's case, they chose to withdraw that appeal. I think you can probably work out from that their position was that they knew they weren't going to win. This proposal overlooks a huge amount of character 1920s housing in my division, very desirable, very pleasant places to live, and it's unfortunate that in your presentation today there were no pictures taken from that housing where that is situated towards the site, or from the site towards that housing. A new development, Lee Park, very popular place to live. All of the site will be visible from the majority of the new Lee Park estate. And the older post-war council estate of Oldfield Park, of course, it's visible all from there. The impact will be significant. Now, Westbury's had a tough time in the last 30 years. One of the things that the old district council identified was the chronic problem with lorry movements and traffic congestion, and over £10 million of public money was spent trying to realise the ambition of a bypass, and that wasn't successful. The result today is serious traffic congestions at all times of the day, from early in the morning until late at night. Those of you that attended the last Cabinet of the previous Council will recall the Cabinet Member for Highways and Transportation and the now leader of Wiltshire Council complaining in the most vitriolic and corrective terms at the behaviour of Bath City Council and the impact the closure of the Claverton Bridge and the low traffic zone in Bath is having on Westbury and Warminster and our surrounding area. The time has come to say no. The cumulative impact is unacceptable. We cannot keep putting planning applications through that have a negative impact on the traffic congestion of Westbury and Warminster. It's not on, Chairman. You've also heard about the impact from Hayward Council. It's been explained why, in transport terms, this is contrary to the Highways asset management policies. And these aren't some dusty old policies that were dreamed up years ago. These were matters that the Council only adopted in 2019. So these are recent policies that you should be putting, I would suggest, Chairman, significant weight to. It's curious, isn't it, Chairman? Normally, with an application of this size, you would expect to see with the application a statement of community benefit. What's in it for the businesses on that industrial estate? What's in it for my local residents and the residents of neighbouring divisions? There has been no statement of community engagement and community benefit at all. You would expect for a plant of this size, a massive plant of this size, for the heat to be recovered. There's no recovery of heat from this site. As has been said, the previous application, the application that was approved, was for gasification technology, significantly more efficient, less environmentally damaging than this. And as Dr. Morrison said, what you have here is more waste and less electricity, no heat recovery, failure to follow best practice in the industry. And why is this? The answer, of course, is that this technology, while proven, is very much based in the 1950s, albeit with air scrubbing measures that are up to date. Chairman, you've heard a little bit about Arla Foods. Arla Foods is a Westbury and a Wiltshire success story. 250 people plus are employed directly on the site. There are logistics companies providing that, and of course a huge number of the farms that provide dairy products to that site are located in Wiltshire. And I think we can all be very proud of that. It's a brilliant business, it's well run, and dairy farming, as we all know, has never been a more competitive market than it is now. To make that plant less competitive, and crumbs even for it to close, which is a significant risk if this proposal goes ahead, would be a disaster for Westbury. A huge number of people are employed in the town by Arla. It would be a significant impact because it would raise costs for local farms. And ultimately, if the site was to close, in environmental terms, we would increase food miles. On employment grounds alone, Chairman, these proposals today should be refused. And isn't it significant, Chairman, that the applicants and their representatives did not choose to answer any of the points that Arla put to your committee at all? And the reason I think, Chairman, that they didn't answer those points is because, in all good faith, they couldn't. You heard from one of the members of the public today about how the railhead when it's a freight line. It couldn't be better, and it's a freight line that currently is significantly running under capacity, runs adjacent to the site. And there's nothing in these proposals to say that they will not use that railhead. If we're not going to use rail here, where a freight line runs adjacent to the site, then where are we ever going to use it, Chairman? And these things matter because they're policies that you and I vote through in full council and that you today should be testing this application for. So I would implore you in the strongest possible terms, please refuse this application. It's totally inappropriate. We'll be breaking our pledge on carbon, and for a myriad of other reasons, it really isn't the right thing for Westbury. It's the wrong development in the wrong place.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dean, good points, well made, of course. I'm going to call for a break now, 15 minutes. I want to keep to time very strictly, and then we will come back. So before I do, I'm just going to hand over to Kieran, just to be able to tell you where you can go.
Yes, thank you. We will be removing the audio from the broadcast during the course of this. If people could exit the room to stand up and stretch their legs or to get a drink out this exit, and when you come back in, if you could come in the other side. I would ask if the members and officers could use the facilities, toilet facilities, heading left down the corridor. Any public, if you could head down the right, just so we avoid overcrowding and have less back and forth in the chamber, that would be appreciated. We will have staff on hand to direct people, particularly if somebody does need to step outside for any reason. So yes, we will have people around, and we'll be coming back for a start at 13:20.
Between you during this break. Thank you. Right, members of the committee at least, can I ask you to take your seats? Are all the members here? Yeah. The audio starts, Chair. It's the audio on. Well, good afternoon, members, and good afternoon, members of the public too. This morning wasn't the easiest, was it? And you become very. It certainly went better than it could have done, that's for sure. But and I'd like to thank you for your good humour and good nature throughout, and for your patience in bearing with what is quite a protracted process. I'm now going to open the item for debate, and I'm going to ask for a motion. Tony, thank you. Which I will expect to be seconded.
Certainly, Chairman.
And then we'll open it to debate. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah. Obviously, for the question for debate, which we have to debate this in the formal way. And so I will propose that the recommendation is subject to the Secretary of State determining that he does not want to call in the application for his determination to grant planning permission subject to the conditions. And the conditions are on pages 1 to 22. Sorry, the conditions, 1 to 22 on pages 107 and 114. And I'd just like to make the remark that this is, we've listened to everybody. We've had our mail boxes full, and we are looking at this with an open mind. And to get the debate on the table is formal, and I require a seconder before we go into debate, please. So I ask for a seconder.
Thank you, Tony. You're seconding this, Robert, are you? Let me have a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yes, one can't help but reflect that over 2,100 letters this time. I think there were seven objectors back in 2015 when it was there was first an approval on this site. So I'm going to open this now for debate.
Chairman, if I may, as I've opened the debate, allow myself to speak at this particular point. And obviously we'll hear what everybody has to say. But if I could get my points over
You
first,
do want to speak at this point?
I would like to speak at this point, please.
Yes, please do then, Tony.
Thank you. And excuse me taking my mask off as I have difficulty speaking with it on. Well, thank you, Chairman. This is a particularly controversial application, judging from the scores of mails coming to us from objectors living locally and the parishes and towns representing them, and also from distant towns in the county and further afield. I have read most, but not all, over the last week, as the wording was obviously taken from a generic template. Some had the foresight to write independently, which gave us the information quite rightly from their own views, and I think those were mostly from the local residents. There were some of the items, and the main flow of objections must be taken into account when we go through our debate before we make a decision. But the accuracy of any of the statements made must be validated. And just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points I'd like to bring up, that the last application, 18009473 WCM, was indeed delegated to the officers to grant permission, and this was approved on the 17th of June 2019. The moving grate system is, experts agree, less polluting than gasification technology. The new amended application, although changes have occurred, is not 50% larger than the accepted permitted application. The perception that Arla closes its factory and loses 250 employees if the application amendment is permitted has not been explored for members to consider, and this was not flagged up in 2019. What are the changes that has actually brought Arla to that sort of consideration? Traffic management and routes surveyed is acceptable to the Highways team, even when considering against the Bath Clean Air Act, which has put other smaller towns and parishes at risk. There may be other energy from waste sites, but movements from waste sites to Westbury mean shorter distance travelled than transporting waste to other or existing energy to waste sites, thus saving carbon emissions. Today, members have to make their minds up carefully in planning terms relating to the latest application, showing an amended energy from waste facility to that consented under planning permission in 2019. Members on this committee previously deferred and spent time on site visits before coming to a conclusion that the gasification system, size and place shaping concurred with our Wiltshire Council core policies to determine an acceptance and permission granted. This application amendment is to allow a moving great thermal process instead of gasification to break down waste into fractions of its original size. There are plenty of considerations to deal with outside of our remit today, and I implore the committee to only consider the 5 planning criteria shown on page 49 on our papers. 1, is there a benefit to our local economy? 2, is this the right location? 3, the visual impact, operating hours and traffic management. On item 1, the local economy is covered by Core Policy 42, based upon the kilowatt hours produced from the waste towards thousands of houses in Westbury. Employment in the build and permanent staff when operating. Landfill has to be reduced as the government tax per tonne increases and the emissions from methane offtake be reduced. The MBT next door will convey residual waste directly into the new facility, saving vehicle movements to Europe on a daily basis, so saving carbon emissions. Item number 2, is it the right location? It is an allocated principal employment site on an industrial estate, on a major A350 route, and it concurs with Core Policy 35 and 32, and indeed the WD C1 and C2. Item 3, visual impact. This concurs with Core Policy 57, and the addition in size has been considered, and the view from the countryside bears little or no change visibly to what was acceptable in 2019. Thankfully, the graded colours and the orientation is acceptable from a distant view, and the reduced diameter of one of the flues is given significant weight by the officer. There is a consideration of Core Policy 58 on our heritage, and I believe we dealt with this in 2019. Heritage buildings not that far away would have less harm than was first considered. The item 4, operating hours, are quite normal for an industrial estate during Monday to Saturday. Core Policy 35 indicates that it is an existing employment site. Item 5, traffic management. To those concerned about areas and the routes intended are less likely to affect residents along the A350, but more so towards Westbury itself. The Highways Authority suggests that there will be an insignificant increase by up to 4 additional vehicles every hour during the working week. This is taking into account the diminishing HGV movements from the MBT next door. This concurs with core policies 61, 62 and 65. So, Chairman and colleagues, I believe our Wiltshire core policies and the Wiltshire and Swindon waste development control policies are adhered to in the report, and I will be supporting this application in planning terms as stated. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Tony. Appreciate that. Sarah. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. I just, following on from what Councillor Trotman said, I'm afraid I cannot support his motion. And I would just like to make a point that he did say, and I assume it was an error, that the sliding plate system was more efficient than the gasification. I presume he meant less efficient, but I'm assuming he did. And I just wanted to start by saying the fact that, and I think this has not been very clearly made out in the officer's report, I'm afraid, is the fact that Wiltshire Council in 2009 adopted the Wiltshire and Swindon Waste Development Control Policies. We are the Waste Planning Authority. We are the Waste Planning Authority. I don't think I can say that strongly enough, because we make the decision about what happens. The Environment Agency's job is to make sure that the decisions that we have made are viable and that people stick to the rules that they're supposed to. They don't make the decisions about where things go. We do. That is a planning decision. And although this is a strategic planning committee, it's a strategic committee. And therefore all the policies that are valid and current for Wiltshire Council matter. And I think that is important, that we need to stress that. It's interesting that the first part of that document, under point 2.4, says it's good practice to consult. It talks about consulting with neighbours and residents. I think we can safely say that whether the applicant wanted to consult or not, they have, because we have a considerable support from the residents of Westbury to say that they do not want this. They don't feel that this has been looked at in a way that takes them into consideration in any way whatsoever. So I think we have a duty in this field, and we should take those policies and those points very clearly. And I would say that this application does not comply with WDC 1, WDC 2, or WDC 11 in any way whatsoever. And as we all know, that when these plants run at optimum, they might well minimise pollutants. And I note that the engineer stated minimise pollutants. He didn't at any point say there would be none. It's also significant to note that we expressed serious concerns in the previous moments when this application for the gasification plant came to this same committee concerning pollution. We were advised that the Environment Agency would deal with it. But the fact that there has been serious concerns, even when it was a gasification plant, makes those serious concerns even more relevant when we step back from what is considered to be more of a state-of-the-art type technology back to a more tried and trusted, but perhaps less sophisticated and therefore more likely to pollute. It's also well known that if this plant is not running at optimum, i.e. they don't manage to acquire all the waste that they need, and therefore they need to start and stop. It's the start up and the stop when plants like this are least efficient. And that's the point where Arla has a very good reason for being concerned, because that's the point when, only for half an hour, but the emissions will be much higher and they will affect their plant. I would also go on to suggest that this does not comply with CP55 or CP51. It fails the tests of the National Planning Framework for policies 180 and 181. I'd also like to refer to the statement that Councillor Wickham made in terms of local transport plan, in terms of SO 9, 10 and 11, which she made. I can't help feeling that nobody should underestimate having one refuse lorry pass by you every quarter of an hour on top of your existing traffic. That's not a slight thing. To say it's only 4 vehicles an hour implies that it's not a great deal. It is. Added to that, there is the increased bulk and size for the visual amenities. I think with all those reasons, we have a reason to suggest that this application should be recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any more speakers? I'll come to you first, Ernie, if I may, because I think you've got to leave early. Thank you.
So remove that, Joanne. Thank you very much. Very few words to say. I will not be supporting this, I'm afraid. The arguments made by both sides, depending on where you're sitting, both have made a good case, to be absolutely honest. I can understand the applicant, I can understand the objectors. What I can't understand is that this council has made its sort of prediction, or it's made a statement about carbon reduction. And in the report, Wiltshire Council Climate Change Team, objection. We've got a page here about how much carbon dioxide this is going to pump out. The University of Exeter has looked at the figures and are basically saying the applicant has got it incorrect. And it's just amazing that we're sitting here, we're being told we've got to look at everything, yep. But overall, I see that our commitment to climate change as really being where this council should be leading from the front. And for something that's going to produce this amount of carbon dioxide, I can't support it purely on that, Chairman. And when you look at the design of the building, we can go on to other things. And I think it was Dr. Morrison was saying, we've all just stood for election. I'm sure we've all been saying to our electorate, we will do the right thing for you, we will support you, you are the people that count. And yet here we are, we've got thousands of people that don't want this. They've come up with cogent reasons, albeit from a template, but the reasons that they're giving us to refuse this, or why they don't want it, are absolutely cogent to me, Chairman. And I'm with Sarah, I cannot support this, and I just don't believe that this council should be given the green light to something that's going to pump out thousands of tonnes of carbon dioxide. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. Adrian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments are on a similar vein, in that I don't understand why there is no officer's report here for Wiltshire Council's carbon reduction officer in this report. There's nothing in here to say, I'm with Greta Thunberg on being concerned about the climate emergency. And there's nothing in here to show that the applicant has looked at methods of reducing the carbon dioxide emission levels with this system, so that they can get it down to similar levels to the previous system that has already been approved. And obviously, clearly a higher level of screening of recyclable materials, if that was implemented beforehand, especially the plastics, this would substantially reduce the carbon dioxide output. According to DEFRA, large quantities of what is currently being incinerated and is landfill is actually recyclable. That's not been addressed at all here to try and reduce that's going into there. And contrary to the officer's report who wrote this, suggesting that it is assumed it would be brought from other counties would have been adequately screened before, DEFRA is saying that doesn't happen. And so I would like to see that implemented or imposed on any application should it proceed. And it would seem from the processes that we have with coal-fired stations, which have lower emission issues than what has been proposed here, that a condition of a new installation should be that carbon capture and storage is essential with this application. The applicant had addressed that, but not committed to it before the installation. The installation would come and then possibly carbon capture afterwards. And given the huge amount of emissions associated with this development, I just don't understand why the officer has not got the carbon reduction officer's report here, given that in 2019 this council had a climate emergency motion committing Wiltshire to become carbon neutral by 2030. And this whole development without that report is contrary to that.
Carol.
Thank you.
I wanted to speak more about the cumulative aspects, mainly WDC2. Amenity, I've seen it previously, maybe it was a document that preceded this, Appendix 2, but I've seen it previously mentioned as human health and amenity. And, you know, this site is in close proximity to a number, well, an already built up area in Westbury, but also two sites that are currently being built, not to mention another two that are in the planning stages. You know, altogether another practically 500 homes, which will be close by. There's also the cumulative effects of the traffic and transport. Mention has already been made about Network Rail and track spurs, you know, and no one suggesting that that can be used for transportation. And I can't understand why Wiltshire Council, and I don't think this is a national policy, I think it's Wiltshire's policy, that they don't apply Section 106 or SIL agreements to applications such as this. You know, surely that would certainly help with infrastructure around transport links.
Thank you, Carol. Any more remarks? Whilst I wouldn't advocate the German model of a few years ago of throwing plastic packaging on the floor of supermarkets when you buy your goods, I suppose we all have to ruefully reflect that as a society, until we get on top of waste packaging at the beginning of the supply chain, we'll always be trying to fire brigade police it at the end of it. And this is an issue that we face here, and I'm horrified to realize that as a society, as a nation, we generate 25 million tons of waste each year. 3.2 million of that, of course, goes to Germany, the Netherlands, and so on. And so we end up with a situation where we're trying to do our level best to mitigate the impact of that. Now, landfill, we know, does have an impact, does have a direct impact. We're told that in the report, in terms of emissions and waste, from waste. That, as a national policy, we have to do something about that issue that we all face. And I don't think for 1 minute that the situation we're in today is one that is born out of a slick set of national policies, because it isn't. And I don't think any one of us likes the situation that we're actually faced with. The fact is that national planning policy guidance and the NPPW national planning policy for waste within that sits within that framework, is a very blunt instrument. And so that's what we're left with today. I take the point of air quality, but our air quality people have raised no objection. There are many issues that have been raised today that have direct impact and directly feed into public health. Public Health England have raised no objection. And none of us are qualified to gainsay anything that Air Quality have said, that Public Health England have said, that the Environment Agency have said. So we have to look at a planning application as it stands. As a planning authority, we are allowed some latitude within that, but very, very little, because we have this broad framework, and one may say, as I said, blunt instrument within which to work. So I absolutely take on board the impassioned pleas and the very strong arguments that are put in both directions, but particularly from the objectors. I can't possibly be hard-nosed enough to overlook those. I will be voting for this recommendation because I don't see any alternative. But what I am going to say is this. There's no winners in this today, but there must be no losers either. And I'm going to urge all those, if this recommendation is upheld, and I don't know because I don't know how the others feel. I know only two now because it's been proposed and seconded. Then your work is not done and the public consultation continues. We haven't reached the end of the journey with this. So if there are no more speakers, I'm at this stage. Sorry, did you want to speak, Robert? Yeah, okay, well, otherwise I'll move to the vote. Please speak.
Thank you, Chair. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have this plant. We would be reducing waste, we would be having recycling rates closer to 100%. Never going to be achievable, but that's what we need to aim for. Unfortunately, we need to bring the public with us, and more importantly, we need to bring the manufacturers with us. Is that going to happen? Well, we're moving towards it now. Environmental Bill will actually assist that. Some of the public consultations that have gone through have led to some interesting responses, and we will learn later this year exactly what the government intends to do in terms of their Environment Bill and the Environment Act. So we are where we are at this moment in time. We do have planning permission in place for a gasification plant, which uses different technology, and there is a debate going on whether or not it's more efficient, whether or not it's better, and I'm not going to enter into that. All I do know is that Moving Great is a tried and trusted and developed system, and that the technology that has gone into that has changed significantly over the years, and certainly it's better than, in my opinion anyway, having researched it, than some of the technologies involved with gasification. The actual question of emissions has come up quite a lot, but at the end of the day, the visitors that we have here from the Environment Agency will make sure that the best available technique is used, or best available technology, choose which one you want, will be used. And the advantage is, of course, is that because the application is a fresh application for the permit, the technology has quite possibly moved on since the last application went in, and we will be better off from that point of view. So from a emissions point of view, i.e. what is coming out of the stack, I'm really not at all concerned. I know that it will be as best as can be achieved. So that really comes back to our planning considerations. The size of the plant is slightly bigger, but that's changed slightly because of the fact that the stack is, although it's taller by a small margin, again the size, the bulk of the plant is actually a little bit less. So according to the documentation. So from that point of view, yes, we're okay. The thing that struck me is that to minimise the amount of HGV traffic coming out of the MBT, which is not going to change. I mean, the amount of production from the MBT is what it is. It takes 60,000 tonnes of Wiltshire household waste, residual waste per year, and produces gas from that, and the residual material has to go somewhere. At the moment, it's being transported to Holland and Germany. So work out an HGV carrying 28 tonnes, I think 42 tonnes gross, 44 tonnes gross, all those miles all the way to Holland, who have just levied an additional charge on the gate price. So the charge that's coming back to Wiltshire is significant, although that obviously shouldn't be our consideration on planning. But the emissions that are coming out of the truck all that way, return trips several times a day, has to be taken into account. That is going to be reduced to virtually nil, because the plant will then feed directly into this proposal, the application, and there will be no energy used because the plant will generate its own energy from that. So from that point of view, again, it's good. There will be an increase in traffic, but that, as we've heard, is only going to really be quite marginal. And in any case, you can't stop vehicles using roads. If there is another warehouse, for example, springs up on that estate, holding 1,000 or 100 vehicles, shall we say, then again it will go through planning, and if that passes, we can't stop those vehicles. So traffic is going to increase, we know that. From that point of view, I can disregard that. So from that point of view, that is why I'm supporting the proposal and the application, and I would urge people to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Beth.
I just don't know what the position is. I suppose it's no question of having a deferment so that we could get a report about the possible effects on Arla's industry, business.
Oh, well, I'm certainly not going to recommend that at this stage unless you had a seconder, but we've got a proposal already on the table, and I'm very anxious that we should test that proposal. I'm very anxious, too, that we don't tie up any more officers' time on this. Sarah?
Sorry, I just wanted to make a quick point, following Councillor Yule's points, that recycling is increasing in the UK quite dramatically, and producer responsibility is coming in, and therefore this situation where we have X amount of waste, and given the fact that at the moment a lot of the waste that they're intending to process is coming from outside of Wiltshire. So we're not talking about Wiltshire's waste, we're talking about a business which deals in waste, which could be from the entire country, if not from the other parts of Europe, if it wasn't for the taxes. So I don't think the idea that we need this plant because otherwise we're going to be surrounded in crisp packets all over the floor is really a valid one. And I think that should be made. We are changing as a society, and this piece of equipment will need 30 years to make it economically viable, and within 15 years, with any success and the trend the way it's going, we shouldn't be needing another facility. So we should be managing what we've got at the moment, trying to avoid having to do this, rather than falling onto the easy task of saying, well, let's just burn it all.
Yes, thank you. We've still got to get from here to there, of course. Christopher.
Chairman, would it be possible to hear from the officer on the question of whether anything could be achieved by deferring for further investigation of the impacts on Arla? We all listened to what Arla had to say. A number of other people referred to that. Arla estimated the financial impacts on them. I think they said £11,000 an hour of downtime. I'm just wondering, could we hear from the officer about whether a deferment for further investigation on the business of Arla might achieve anything? Does he feel that that issue has in fact been fathomed?
All right, I've just asked Andrew. He's just looking at some detail. One thing I will just mention, just lest this should come to haunt me, I just wanted to give you some personal terms of reference. This council, of course, voted for climate emergency. That was a motion that was put forward. I raised a few eyebrows myself because I was one of those that voted in favour of that, although I don't want to bring politics into this, but it was a separate, different party. I was in favour of that motion. I don't know how much of an emergency climate emergency is, but it is always absolutely correct to have a social conscience. It is always absolutely correct to be concerned about the impact we have on our planet. And I just want to make you all aware, and particularly possibly the wider public, that you're pushing against an open door in many respects with me, and actually you are in terms of air quality. I've got a salbutamol inhaler in my little black bag there, which I carry with me. I was asthmatic as a boy. For the large part, I've grown out of it, although if I'm in the underground or if I'm near a combine harvester with the dust, it will affect me. If I'm Qatar, it'll go to my chest. So I'm absolutely with you in your views here. What I'm trying to do and urging the committee to do is try and make the best out of a very difficult set of dynamics and metrics that we have to work with. Andrew, have you got anything to share?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Public Health England, one of our consultees, has already commented on this point, so it doesn't seem necessary to go over this again. And I quote from their response, which is Annex 2 to the report. They say, under air quality, The applicant has modelled likely emissions from the site and considered the impact on local air quality. There are a number of sensitive receptors within 2 kilometres of the proposed plant, including a powdered milk production facility, residential premises, commercial premises, recreation areas, schools and care homes. The submitted assessments have identified these receptors and assessed the impact of a range of emissions from the plant. No significant impacts have been identified in the documentation, and Public Health England is satisfied that the applicant is utilising assessment criteria that are in line with UK guidance and good practice. They go on the basis of the information submitted with the application, Public Health England is satisfied that the development process should be capable of operating within the requirements of current UK regulations, air quality standards and emissions standards. So that the matter has already been considered by Public Health England and they've concluded no objections.
No more input. You're not doing your case any favours. I'm going to wrap this up now, and I'm going to invite Councillor Trotman to give his closing remarks before we go to the vote. Do you have any closing remarks to make, Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. There was one point, Greta Thunberg was mentioned, and obviously, we listen to this young lady, and we see her, standing against, Parliament and all sorts of things. Absolutely incredible. But one thing that Northacre have produced sort of papers about renewable energy, and of course they have a paragraph about climate change. So that hasn't been forgotten. Management of residual waste has the potential to release greenhouse gas regardless of how it is dealt with. But some options are better than others. And in this instance, the proposal of the Northacre facility will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 58,000 tonnes per annum when considered against the alternative of landfilling that waste. So we have to bear that in mind, that we are concerned about climate change. We are concerned about how the EA, the Environmental Assessment Permit, may well, consider all of these items. And even if we make the decision to accept this recommendation, I would suggest there is over 50% chance that the Secretary of State will be looking into this. And obviously that gives us some empowerment of how this would go forward or not. But in this particular case, in strategic planning, we have to deal with the planning application as we see it. And I have no fears in recommending that we do, in fact, pass this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trotman. So I'm going to move to the vote now. Do you have a recommendation to read out there? Yep. Yes, we can do that. Yep. Okay. Do you have a recommendation, sir?
So this motion is to approve as per the officer recommendation, which includes referral to the Secretary of State in that event, and of course all the conditions. So I'll call out all the names. I will call out all the names, and if you could indicate whether you are for the motion to approve, against the motion to approve, or you wish to abstain. So Ernie Clark. Against. Adrian Foster. Sarah Gibson. Against. Howard Greenman. Carol King.
Against.
Christopher Newbury. Pip Ridout. 4. James Shepherd.
4.
Elizabeth Threlfall. Is that 4? Tony Trotman.
4.
Robert Yule. 4. So that is 7 votes in favour, 4 against. The motion is therefore approved, subject to referral to the Secretary of State, Chairman. Thank you. If members, people are leaving, they could...
Yes, I'll give you five minutes to leave, and thank you very much indeed for your attendance. Yeah, I was just going to say, members, if you want a 5-minute comfort break, then please take the opportunity to do so. and thank you all for engaging with this process. Okay. I want to record my thanks to Libby Johnson and to Sarah for getting our sandwiches in. I appreciate that very much. I'm sure we all do. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you for still being on board, still being with us in one way, shape or form. We're going on to the next item, item 7 on the agenda now. This is slightly unusual in that it's come across our desk really by an unfortunate dint of circumstance. I think it'd be true to say that the bulk of this application, possibly all of this application, is outside Wiltshire, as in Gloucestershire. But of course the access and exit comes across the red line into Wiltshire. So there's very little else really to say on this one. I'm going to hand over to Andrew just to introduce this item. There's no speakers registered because I suspect there probably aren't many that want to say anything. I'll hand it over to Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. I was going to be Jason. Oh, yes, sorry, I've got the wrong name on here. Sorry, Jason Day. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, as the Chairman just outlined, this this item relates to a proposal to develop a new quarry on the old airfield near the villages of Master Maisie and Down Ampney, which is shown the red edge on the location plan on the screen at the moment. The application site covers land that falls within the boundary of both Gloucestershire and Wiltshire, with only a small part actually in Wiltshire, being the actual junction arrangements and the visibility displays. So you can see on the plan on the screen, again, it's a very small strip at the very southern boundary of the site. And this, again, this picture shows the red edge of the application site. And if you can make it out, certainly in the papers, the yellow line is the county boundary. So it's a very small element of the actual roadway. So in those circumstances, given the majority of the application site is in Gloucestershire, which is allocated for mineral working in its minerals local plan, it's proposed that Wiltshire Council delegates the decision on the plan application that's been made to Wiltshire over to Gloucestershire. They lead on the application and Wiltshire are the consultee.
Thank you, and that's it. Any questions on that? Okay, well, I'm just going to move the recommendation then. Seconded by any? All in favour? Any against? No, there's none against then, and obviously subsequently no abstentions. But that's rather quicker than the one before. Thank you very much indeed for that. Yeah, sure. Agenda is item 8. This is planning updates, and this has proved to be a little bit thorny. I'm going to ask Sarah to introduce this item, if she will. This is predominantly, of course, the Rawlings Green issue. So I'll ask Sarah if she would come forward. Thank you.
Chair, are you happy that I take my mask off to speak? Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Marshall, Senior Solicitor in Legal Services. This is a report to the committee and Agenda Item 8 in order to provide an update on the planning matter 15/12351 concerning land at Rawlings Green, Cocklebury Lane, Chippenham for up to 650 dwellings, employment space, primary school, public open space and associated development. The Strategic Planning Committee at their meeting on 16th September 2020 resolved to defer and delegate to the Head of Development Management the granting of outline planning permission for this development, subject to the prior completion of a Section 106 agreement within 6 months of the date of the committee resolution. This resolution went on to state that in the event that the applicant declines to enter the agreement and or it becomes clear that they will not do so, then to refuse permission on the grounds that the proposal fails to provide and secure the necessary and required services and infrastructure. 5 representations have been received, all in objection, and a representation in objection from Councillor Murray. There are some questions which are set out in Agenda Supplement 2. You will note that on the sheet itself it refers in error to Agenda Supplement 1, but the questions are Agenda Supplement 2. The response to the questions is, so the first question, the Council follow the publication timescales as set out in the Constitution. The deadline given for questions to this meeting, which would be guaranteed a written response, was 5 p.m. on the 15th of June, which was a Tuesday. The agenda was available to the public on Monday, 14th of June. The deadline for questions to receive a verbal response was 5 p.m. on the 17th of June, 2021. And it is for the Council to determine timescales and submission deadlines for committees. So the next question, yes, the conditions as agreed and set out by committee on the 16th September 2020 stand and will not be left to discretion of officers to change. And the final question, the condition concerning affordable housing has not been amended by officers. It is policy compliant and is set out in the draft 106 agreement. Having viewed the latest draft of the 106 agreement, I confirm the agreement provides for 40% affordable housing, and of the affordable housing, 60% to be affordable rent, 40% to be shared ownership, and 10% of the affordable housing units to be as adaptable units, unless otherwise agreed with the Council. The officer response to representations is as follows. The draft 106 is compliant with the decision and conditions taken by committee on the 16th September 2020, including, amongst others, provisions for affordable housing, primary school provision, early learning places provision, waste and recycling, pedestrian cycleway improvements, public transport provision, traffic regulation orders, air quality and open space play areas. The draft 106 agreement is almost ready for engrossment. Engrossment is the process where the final draft of legal documents are prepared for signature by the parties and completion. This is an update for the committee in order to seek to extend the time for completion of the 106 agreement, as an extension of timescales was not delegated to officers in September 2020. It is not an opportunity to revisit a valid and unchallenged decision of the committee. There has been no material change in circumstances which could justify reconsideration in this case. The Rawlings Green site is a strategic and complex site, and some 106 agreements for such sites may require a little longer to complete than the standard 6 months. There was a representation made by Councillor Nick Murray. You will read, okay, thank you. So the chair will deal with Councillor Murray's representation. Do you want me to continue? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I'll continue. Yeah, thank you. Members may recall at the Strategic Planning Committee in September 2020 that this committee did resolve to defer and delegate to the Head of Development Management to grant outline planning permission for this development subject to a prior completion of a 106 agreement within 6 months of the date of the committee resolution. The resolution went on to state that in the event the applicant declined to enter the agreement or it became clear they would not do so, then to refuse planning permission on the grounds the proposal fails to provide and secure the necessary and required services and infrastructure. Unfortunately, it's not been possible to complete the agreement within the 6-month period from the date of the resolution. This has not been due to the applicant declining to enter the agreement, but reflects on the complexity of the agreement and the need to secure signatures of various landowners in addition to the applicant, including at least one party who lives abroad. These signatures are required to ensure the 106 agreement is binding on all the necessary parties. The COVID-19 lockdown and government roadmap has also impacted on delivery timescales. As previously stated, the Council has a draft agreement finalised and ready for engrossment. Yesterday, the applicant's solicitor emailed the Council to confirm that they have gone through the draft 106 agreement, They are happy with the final draft, save for a few typos and unused definitions, which will need correction or alteration in the usual way. The delay has been caused in part by the applicant's solicitors engaging with landowners regarding an issue concerning an indemnity. This took some time and was not helped by the COVID-19 lockdown and government roadmap. The applicant's solicitor has now indicated that this is resolved and expects to be in a position to sign the 106 agreement in the next few weeks. There have been no changes to the material considerations regarding the merits of the planning application itself, which was fully considered by this committee at their meeting on the 16th of September 2020, where the committee heard from the public, 2 unitary members. The decision was then fully debated and taken by committee. However, because of the expiry of the 6-month period set out in the committee resolution, it is necessary for the committee to extend the period of time to allow for the completion of the Section 106 agreement. So the officer's recommendation for this matter is that the committee extend the period allowed for the completion of the 106 agreement until 31st October 2021. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Sarah, do you have anything to add to that, Kieran? I'll take the statements now.
So we've had a number of statements from members of the public. Sarah referred to the 5 that were received. In usual practice, 3 can be read, and there's also representation from the local member, Dr. Nick Murray, who's not able to be with us. So the first statement I have is from Helen Stuckey. I read out a statement to the 16th of September 2020 Strategic Planning Committee at which the Rawlings Green Planning Application 15-12351 OUT was approved. My first point related to the position of the distributor road down to the west bank of the River Avon to allow a potential bridge over the River Avon and future Eastern Link Road to the A4 east of Chippenham. I argue that the positioning of the bridge and the route chosen for the ELR should minimise the detrimental impact on the natural environment to the east of the River Avon, which has been protected. Slow down. Yes, certainly. In Policy 3 of the Brem Hill Neighbourhood Plan, these developments should not be permitted in the open countryside north of the North Rivers cycle route, between the cycle route and the Titherton-Lucas Conservation Area. The response from that committee was that since no progress had been made on the ELR, it could not be taken into account. However, since then, the Council have entered into a £75 million contract for housing infrastructure funding from Homes England, set up the future Chippenham project and run a public consultation on the preferred route options for a new distributor road between the B4069 and the Lackham roundabout on the A350, crossing the A4 to the east of Chippenham. The public consultation material included a future Chippenham road design options assessment report, which describes a preferred route for the ELR section of this new distributor road, option C, which is to the south of New Lees Farm. This progress on funding and a preferred route for the ELR is a material change which now ought to be taken into account in planning the distributor road route through the Rawlings Green and the position of the potential River Avon crossing. Indeed, the options assessment report at para 9.2.2 includes an option E for an alternative route through Rawlings Green Zone 5, but states in Table 9.1 not taken forward as this option conflicts with the Rawlings Green planning application and the desires of the land developer. Since it is more than 6 months since the outline planning application for Rawlings Green was approved and there has been significant progress through the future Chippenham project on the preferred distributor road route, it would make sense to revisit an optimised distributor road route through Rawlings Green and position of the River Avon Bridge. The future Chippenham Road Design Report also includes more detail on the design of the bridge over the River Avon. Clearly this will be a very large elevated structure spanning the River Avon floodplain, causing significant visual impact and traffic noise. At the 16th of September SPC, both myself and others raised concerns that the design of the Rawlings Green Country Park was not in line with the main modification text MA18 and diagram MM19 expressly requested by the planning inspector to the 2016 Chippenham Site Allocations Plan, CSAP. The SEPT 2020 SPC response was that the country park was of a similar area, although more was located adjacent to the River Avon. However, the recent information on the scale and impact of the bridge is a material change which will significantly detract from the value of designating country park in an area close to the bridge and makes it even more important that the issue of the country park location is revisited and aligned with the approved CSAP. I'll move on to the next statement, but I will attempt to go more slowly and clearly for the benefit of the committee. The next statement is from Steve Perry from Cause. This application should be brought back to committee as a full application for public discussion and final decision. It should not be delegated again to officers behind closed doors, not least as there are obviously important issues unresolved. The 38 conditions agreed by the committee in September 2020 remain unresolved by the developer, and on asking officers about the matter, our members have been advised that officer discretion will be used. This is unacceptable given the importance of the conditions, some of which were added at the request of Her Majesty's Planning Inspectorate at the last examination in public of the Chippenham Site Allocation Plan. We would respectfully request that in this case officer discretion is not allowed in any aspect of this application, and the application should only be advanced when any developer requested changes have been fully considered by your committee in publicly accessible meetings. Examples of these important changes are the dropping of the proposed country park, the placement of which was determined by Her Majesty's Inspector to prevent urban sprawl from Chippenham encroaching on villages such as Titherton Lucas. Dropping it leaves open the possibility that at some future point the developer will prevail on the council to allow it to be developed, because there appears to be nothing on either the council's part or the developers to guarantee that portion of the development to be designated a green site not to be built on. The affordable housing allocation for the site, which according to the Section 106 requirements cannot be negotiated downwards. I'm not sure that the council's requirement for 40% affordable homes on larger developments has ever been met. Chippenham needs affordable housing, not long-distance commuter luxury accommodation, to enable the young people of Chippenham to have a chance of remaining in the town they grew up in. Chippenham has been overdeveloped in the past 30 years, more than doubling in population, with no discernible benefits for the town. I see from the officer's report that an extension is being requested, even though the consent has lapsed some 3 months ago. I don't believe that the COVID-19 situation has impacted on delivery timescales. I work with many businesses, both UK and international, who have managed to carry on during these times almost normally, and in fact some have found staff to be more productive also. And I fail to see how any changes to the government roadmap would have any effect on this application. Our opinion is that the developer has had ample time to meet the conditions and that the extension requested should not be allowed. The next statement is from Chris Caswell. 1. I welcome the appearance of this item on the public agenda to the extent that it constitutes a recognition that deadlines set by committees cannot be set aside without committee approval. On the other hand, I support the calls for this application to be brought before the committee for further consideration. As others have said, it is now 9 months since the committee's conclusions, and there is no evidence that the issues set out in the committee's minute for inclusion in the Section 106 agreement have been resolved, or that the committee's intentions are going to be embedded in any delegated decision. We are only told that the council had an agreement ready for engrossment. Who dreamt up that bizarre word? But nothing about the extent to which that agreement will be consistent with council policy or with the committee's own wishes. A further consideration of the application would quite rightly allow that question to be publicly explored, not least in terms of the committee and council expectations for 40% affordable housing. 2. It would also allow the committee's public examination of the issues which were not adequately addressed in the current application, which had to be delegated to officers, notably those listed in Condition 7 of the 38 conditions. 3. I support those who also point out that there have been changes to the material considerations surrounding the application, for example those listed by Mr Stuckey and Bremhill Parish Council. I particularly draw the committee's attention to the introduction of traffic lights at the Station Hill New Road Junction in Chippenham. These form a part of the conditions for the application to meet in order to handle the extra traffic that up to 200 houses in this development will bring to that junction. Even on present reduced traffic levels, those lights have proved a disaster, such that the local MP has had to intervene. It is clear this solution is totally unworkable, and as such, this is a material change that needs to be addressed in a public review of the application. This is a further reason for a further discussion of the application. 4. I ask the committee to decline the request in the paper and call for the application to come back to an early future meeting. And finally, we have the statement from Dr. Nick Murray, the local member for Chippenham Monkton. With reference to the above application, it was resolved at the Strategic Planning Committee meeting held on 16th of September 2020 to defer and delegate to the Head of Development Management the right to grant outline planning permission, subject to the conditions listed and the prior completion of a Section 106 agreement in compliance with the identified requirements as detailed below within 6 months of the date of the committee resolution. Those conditions included the dropping of the requirement for the proposed country park in the northeast corner of the development, the location of which was determined by the Her Majesty Inspector and written into the Chippenham Site Allocations Plan to protect the Wiltshire landscape and prevent urban sprawl encroaching on villages such as Titherton Lucas, the removal of which leaves it open the possibility that the developer or some other will develop this area at a future date with no means of this being prevented, and a reduction in the affordable housing allocation for the site, which according to the Section 106 requirements cannot be negotiated downwards. They also included provisions for the schools, They also included provision for schools, 3.04 million, nursery provision, 1.3 million, waste and recycling, 59k, public transport, 372k, traffic regulation orders, some unknown, and a list of others. It was stated clearly in the resolution that in the event that the applicant declines to enter the agreement and or it becomes clear that they will not do so within a period of 6 months, then to refuse permission. The applicant has clearly failed to reach agreement within the specified period, and the application should therefore revert to being refused as stated in the resolution. It is not acceptable for the delegated authority, which expired several months ago with no agreement having been reached, to be extended. Not only does this contravene the Strategic Planning Committee's resolution that should agreement not be reached, the application will be refused, but the seriousness of the conditions and the applicant's refusal to agree them with the Council clearly indicates that a new application is required. Additionally, the construction of a multi-storey car park at Sadler's Mead and recent changes to Station Hill New Road Junction have created significant additional congestion on Station Hill Cockleby Road and represent a material change to the circumstances against which this application now needs to be assessed, since the vehicles from 200 more houses would all be adding to this congestion, requiring new and updated traffic modelling to be carried out. Further delegated officer discretion should therefore not be allowed for this application, which should now be considered afresh by the Strategic Planning Committee in line with my original call-in. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kieran. I want to make it very clear that we're not revisiting this application. It is not a second bite of the cherry. We're at where we're at with it. I see some hands up. I will come to you. I'm wondering if I'll read the response to Councillor Murray's remarks beforehand. Understandably, he has a heart for his community and he has his concerns there. But this is not what we're considering today. And equally, the HIF project, the funding, the potential eastern development of Chippenham, hasn't been agreed. This isn't what this is about today. This is a separate issue. We're considering the Rawlings Green application. And to drill this down even further, to focus our attention, we are considering simply whether we extend this time to secure this Section 106 agreement. I want to read out to you, if I may, the response then, and I make no apology for hijacking Sarah's response to Councillor Murray, which I think absolutely says it perfectly in my view. And I may be preempting some of the questions you're going to ask as well. So it might be just as well that I read out this response. The SPC resolution of the 16th of September states that, or in the event that the applicant declines to enter the agreement and or it becomes clear that they will not do so, then to refuse permission for the following reason. Because the application proposal fails to provide and secure the necessary and required services and infrastructure supported in proposed residential development, including affordable housing, waste and air quality, management, highways, education, and is therefore contrary to policies CP3, CP43, CP55 of the Wiltshire Core Strategy adopted in January 2015 and paras 11, 12 and 54 of the National Planning Policy Framework, July 2019. This is the nub of it. The applicant has not declined to enter into a 106, nor has it become clear that they will not do so. On the 21st of June, their solicitor emailed the Council to confirm they have gone through the draft 106 agreement and they have indicated they are happy with the final draft, save for a few typos, and use definitions that will need correction or alteration. The applicant's solicitors, you've heard much of this already, it bears repetition, have been engaged with the landowners regarding an issue concerning an indemnity, and the applicant's solicitor has implied this is now resolved and expects to be in a position to sign the 106 in the next couple of weeks. There is nothing in law or within the planning officer's report or the SPC minutes for the 16th of September 2020 meeting that would give a rational and legal basis for adopting an interpretation which imposed a time-limited condition on the applicant for entering into a Section 106. Such an interpretation is also inconsistent with the basis for refusal contained within the resolution itself, namely, if the applicant declines to enter into the agreement and or it becomes clear they will not do so. The basis for refusal was not limited by time. I'm going to repeat that. The basis of refusal was not limited by time, but by evidence of an unwillingness to meet the identified planning conditions to make the permission sound, or an unwillingness to enter into a Section 106 agreement at all. If a refusal was based solely on the time limitation for entering into a Section 106 agreement, then the Council would be at risk of being successfully challenged in that decision. Provided the applicant is working cooperatively with an aim to meet the planning obligations identified, which is clearly the case here, there is no legal basis for a refusal either by delegated decision or by remittance back to the committee. The purpose of the requirement to limit the officer's delegation for approval or refusal to 6 months arose because in the officer's report it was confirmed that delivery of the site was critical to meet the identified housing requirement set out in CP1, CP2 and CP10 of the WCS, section 9.1 of the officer's report, and that during the members' discussions in committee there were queries on the speed of implementation of any permission, and the committee may have wished to have had some form of oversight of the Section 106 process to ensure that matters were being dealt with in a timely manner by both officers and the applicant. Putting a time-limited delegation to the resolution would mean that either permission could be granted within that time if the Section 106 was completed, or if there was evidence the applicant was unwilling to agree the planning requirements within that time for a refusal. However, if the time period, that's 6 months, came up, and there was evidence the applicant was working cooperatively towards meeting the requirements, then a report would simply need to be taken back to the committee, that's what we're seeing today, by officers giving an explanation for the delays and either seeking an extension to the delegation, or if the Section 106 was signed, seeking the formal grant of permission in accordance with the original resolution. As previously explained, this is an update in order to seek to extend the time for completion of the Section 106 agreement. It is not an opportunity to revisit a valid decision already taken by committee. That follows my opening remarks when I said this is not a second bite of the cherry. This is a strategic and very complex site, and some Section 106 agreements require a little longer to complete than the standard 6 months, and in particular, where the various restrictions arising from the global pandemic have caused delays to all parties dealing with the 106 agreement. The original decision of a duly constituted committee is valid and unchallenged and remains extant. The 3-month delay in signing the 106 agreement does not by itself give any legal basis for reconsideration of the 16th of September 2020 decision. The case law tends to be concerned with long delays, for example 5 years between decision in principle to grant and final grant. It's Hertfordshire County Council, North Herts District Council versus Secretary of State, Communities and Local Government 2011, for instance. For a reconsideration of the decision, there would have to be a material change in circumstance which could justify any reconsideration, but that has not occurred in this place. The only observation I would make when this was first put to me was that I think it was somewhat, and I wasn't here then, so I don't know the preamble, I don't know the history behind this, but my only observation is I think it was somewhat naive to think that we could actually craft a Section 106 agreement within a 6-month period, given the pandemic environment in which we work. That's the only real observation I would have. My recommendation is to allow an extension. I will allow you to speak before that is, but I'm going to move for that recommendation. But I'll come to you in a minute, Pip. I'll go to Ernie first of all. Yes, Ernie.
Oh, thank you much, Chairman. My apologies, I need to leave in a moment, so no disrespect if I'm not here to vote. I'm very happy to see this is here, particularly since my wife put a question to full council which was declined. I put a question to this committee which was declined, probably by the previous chairman, on exactly this question as to why, when the committee has deferred something for a decision for 6 months, why it didn't come back. The officer came up with quite an interesting idea, and the deputy monitoring officer replied to me, and I'm actually, as I say, I'm surprised to see this here, but I'm happy it is. But could the officer explain why this didn't come to the April Spatial Planning Committee? Because that was the first meeting we had after the 6 months had gone. And also, does this now set a precedent that any other ones that we say it needs to be done within 6 months, if that timescale can't be met, it will be brought back to this committee to extend it? Because I think it's a point that if this committee gives the officers 6 months, then it can't be met, then at least we need to be asked to extend it. But as I say, my main question, Chairman, very briefly, is why didn't this come to the April spatial planning? Thanks, Chairman.
My apologies, Councillor Clark. I can't actually answer that question. I'll take my mask off, maybe quicker. I can't answer the question as to why it wasn't returned to this committee in April. I do apologise. What normally happens with 106 agreements is there is a delegation to officers, and it didn't occur in this case, and I didn't attend the 16th September committee meeting. But what normally happens is there is a delegation to officers that is, if an extension of time is required, then the head of development management will consult with the chair. So that means there are other 106s where, you know, what has happened here, it has taken a little longer than 6 months. The head of development management consults with the chair, and then the chair will say, will say yes, or perhaps may say no, but it is a decision of the chair. That delegation was not provided by the committee in September. So once the 6 months was passed, this matter needed to be returned to this committee. But I don't know why it wasn't returned to the April committee. I don't know whether it was due to PERDA or for other reason. I speculate, but I don't know why. But hopefully that makes sense. No, it is not going to be. It's not intended for officers to have a standard yes. If you've got 6 months to sign a 106, it's all going to be relaxed and they're all going to be coming straight back here. That is not the intention.
Each one on their individual merits. I can only apologise only for I didn't know anything about the questions, of course. So I apologise on behalf.
It wasn't a criticism, Chairman. The reason I was given why the questions weren't taken at both meetings, I accepted as valid. There's no criticism of officers or
No.
past chairman.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I understand where you're coming from with that. Thank you. Pip.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm afraid I also have to say that not being part of the last committee, this is rather difficult for me. And I also accept what you say. I do think 6 months was a ridiculously short time for a 106. It's taken nearly 2 years for the one for the Warminster urban extension, which is for 1,400 houses. But there was no condition put on it, and if there had been, it would have had to have been more than 6 months because other things have happened. But I don't know how you would want to direct me and others who weren't here at the time. We can only really abstain on it because we haven't followed this whole process through.
I'll come back on that. I don't think we can achieve much by doing that either, really. Christopher. Yes.
I think you've made the case for us to grant the extension, Chairman. I look back at the minute of the meeting last September, and the report accurately reflects what the committee decided and minuted. It did strike me that there does seem to be a mismatch between the two parts of the resolution. We were giving the head of development management authority to grant permission within 6 months, but we were only giving him authority to refuse the application if the applicant declined to enter into the agreement. And clearly, the applicant hasn't declined to enter into the agreement, but the authority of the head of development management to grant the permission has run out. So that we have to find some way to find the way forward from that. But I think, we need to learn the lesson that in adopting such a resolution, we need to not have a mismatch. We need to have a clear way forward that the officers should do one thing or the other. But the other thing is that I think if we go along with this extension until it's October, that will be more than a year since the resolution of the committee. It was an enormously contentious, difficult debate. And I don't think we would want to have officers coming back again and again asking for extensions. So I think what we ought to agree is to grant this extension to October. But if then there still isn't a Section 106 agreement, the thing should come back to the committee because there was a reason why the committee limited its delegated power to. So I don't know whether you would adopt something into your motion, Chairman, but I think the main point really is that officers need to make sure that what gets voted on has a clear an A or a B, an either or an or, and we're caught in the middle here, aren't we?
Yeah, thank you, Christopher. Carol.
I just wondered, in cases where people do live abroad, and especially returning back to the UK might have been difficult, especially in COVID, but do we insist on signatures in person, or do we use DocuSign or anything electronic and accept that as well?
Are you making notes of this, Sarah? Did you want me to come back to this in a minute? Because we've got some good points made here. Yes, Sarah.
Sorry, I was just going to concur with Councillor Newbury, because I was here for that committee meeting.
Right.
And I do remember we didn't quite have the furore perhaps we've just had for the Westbury incinerator, but fairly similar. It wasn't extremely contentious, and there will be a lot of Chippenham residents who will be very concerned that this is sort of dragging on. If the 6 months expired in April, am I right, Sarah? Yes. Yeah. In April, would it not be appropriate to grant 6 months from that date to bring it back to committee if that's not been resolved by then?
October.
It is October. It's right. I was thinking you were thinking of 6 months from now, which seemed a little unfair. But if it's 6 months from the date that it expired, because it wasn't just the 106 agreement, was it? There were quite a lot of conditions that needed to be agreed as well under that last thing.
Yeah.
Yes, I've read through the draft 106. It is incredibly complex. The conditions are complex. But yes, you are correct. The 6 months is 6 months from April, which does take us to October. Thank you, Chair.
Adrian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur entirely with Chris and with Sarah on that. Their suggestions are wholly laudable. There was one thing that I have big concerns with, and that is that Wiltshire doesn't have a good record on social housing. In fact, that our percentage of social housing over the last 5 years has dropped dramatically because of one of the comments that were made in the letter. Is there any way the officer can enforce more strenuously that they comply with whatever the 106 agreement is, and we don't get these continual amendments that they bring in later and later, which piece by piece eats at this agreement and nullifies everything that we've come to agree right at the beginning?
Right, so we've got a few things here. We've got this October date that's been suggested, so things can't be allowed to drift. Carol's remark, which is possibly a constitutional issue, I don't know if we can cover that. And Adrian's that actually isn't within the scope of this proposal this afternoon, but a very good recommendation nonetheless. Do you have anything to add to any of those, or what are your thoughts? I'll take the October one first. If they fail to sign by October. Can we add that to the recommendation?
Yeah, yes.
We could.
We could do that, yes. Yes, I think that's more than generous, given that we are, from my understanding, it is close to being signed.
Right, okay. James.
Thank you. That's exactly the point I was just about to make. As it's been mentioned that they're just about to sign, I'd actually like to get them to the end of August, because I believe they should be able to do that. And I think pressure should be put on, because they have taken a long time. It has been agreed. You said that all the solicitors have agreed to it, and I think they should move on.
That's 6 weeks.
I understand where James is coming from, but having worked with commercial lawyers and residential solicitors, realistically, I don't think they can achieve that even if they wanted to.
We've got summer recess
so
as well.
I think
I don't know how
the original timescale is more appropriate.
Christopher.
Well, I was just going to say, Chairman, that in my experience, August tends to be a bit of a mensis non.
I know.
And I think probably I'm happy with October, but I take James.
Well, I applaud James wanted to hold their feet to the fire over this, and but I'm personally, well, I would like to propose that we amend it and just put that adjunct that's an October closing date. So, does anybody else want to speak? Can I make that formal recommendation then? Can I have a seconder for that? Right. Can I have a vote on that, please? All in favour? So, nobody against, no abstentions. Carol, thank you for your point. That might be worth raising at a later date as well. So, but as I say, it might be a constitutional issue that's got ramifications outside here, but it's a good point well made, because I suspect it won't be the last time we come across it.
It's just I had to use it when I can't think who the electricity provider was. You know, it's when the lines come across your property and you can actually go directly to them for compensation or whatever. So,
well, it's worth looking into. It's almost certainly not going to be the last time we come across that. So thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to add there are some cases where you require, and we've learned this at the council, where you require wet signatures. So when we do the sealing, there's the senior solicitors, principal solicitors deal with the sealing here. That has to be a wet signature. So we've been authorised to come in to do the sealing. And with the 106s, which again the council seal goes on the 106s, requires wet signatures. So some does say the signature can be electronic, but other times it's a wet signature, and that can be complex, in particular if you've got parties abroad or... You know. So, yeah, there are all sorts of various issues, but if that helps, Chair. So,
yes, thank you.
Thank you.
You'll be elated to know there are no urgent items. Everybody's looking absolutely numbstruck. So I want to thank you all very much indeed for attending, for seeing through a difficult day for all of us.
Can we congratulate you on your first meeting? Very well chaired.
That's very kind indeed, thank you. I'm on the Valium.